Welcome, welcome. Just 1 second. I hope everybody is ready for a fun evening we have planned. Thank you, guys. We have bingo cards. If you notice, there is a pinned comment over in the chat. That is where you can also get your bingo card. The bingo cards look something like this, and they are geared towards one of our favorite kinds of hearings to watch, a throwback of sorts. Judge Kimmy Kim in the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, and that is where we will be going today, folks. Um, Thank you for joining me. My name is Kitchen Court Cases. If you're new here, welcome. If you, med check, first of all, med check, everyone line up for your meds. Um, uh, Grab your bingo cards. Let me know what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, that's okay. Tell me what you wish you had for dinner. I like to hear that too. Also, make sure to hit the like or the dislike button because that is how we take attendance around here, and I don't want you to be missing it. So, let me see. I am going to be making burgers and potato wedges, one of my classic dinners that my daughter loves tonight, and that is going to be happening. And I just took my meds, so that's good. Um, Also, you can name your strain in the chat below, or beside, I suppose it is, the side chat, as the Irish demon calls it. Anyways, okay. Um, oh, I'm not as set up as I normally. Oh, maybe am I? No, I'm not. I was like, oh, I'm already set up. No, you're not. Um, but I do have a playlist. Don't worry. I don't think these are ones we've seen before. They're old ones, but they are what we've got for tonight. So if you're new here, these were from 2020, 2021, during the pandemic when court went totally online, the golden era of court, I like to call it, a time when many of us fell in love with online Zoom court and many a judge hated it, including Judge Kim. Judge Kim doesn't like online court because nobody listens and nobody pays any mind to him usually. So, oh, you're hilarious. Bitches Against Bullshit wishes that she had Dwayne Johnson for dinner. Be careful chewing on rocks. Anyways, okay. Um, I don't have anything new because today I spent all day trying to deal with why one of my videos from yesterday got pulled down. A fun experiment with YouTube Daddy. So, anyways, folks, this, yeah, this one is not. These again are like early on, so we're flying way back in time. And you can grab your bingo card. So how bingo works, it's a little bit less strict than some places because what you win are points, KCC points. You don't have to play bingo to win the points. You always get points when you're here. But how it works is that if you basically get your bingo card has a variation of these types of things on it, and then we just sort of go along, and as things happen we sort of say, oh, that was a parent makes it worse, or there's the ceiling fan, and you sort of keep track on your own, and then at the end we see who did what, uh, or you call out bingo once you've hit a full bingo card. So he's super hard. He's probably mad at me right now because I'm like, no, whatever. Anyways, it feels weird to have him like right above me, like so. Oh, the other thing that we do, I forgot. We also play another game regularly, not just bingo. We normally play detention, detained, or released, which I have instructions for right here. So we vote in the chat. You can vote as many times as you want. You can change your mind and you can vote. You can change your mind. And basically, you vote one for detained, two for released, if you per each kid that comes up. The other thing that you're going to want to know about detention dockets is that it is a different standard and a different system than adult court, which is what a lot of us watch. So if you're new here, ask any questions in the chat and we're happy to help. But some of the things that you'll notice is that these kids are not necessarily being treated like adults in the same sense of a bond determination. The determination that needs to be made is whether or not they are a danger to themselves or others, or if they have a responsible supervisor or parent to be released to. And so Judge Kim or one of his associate judges, Judge Kim is elected and he is currently in office, I would call that, until, or on the bench, I suppose, until 2026. So he is still a sitting judge in the 323rd District Court in Tarrant County, Texas. And he appoints associate judges. So we have Judge Porter and Judge Terry, who are two of the standard associate judges, but they work with him and under his direction. So, Judge Kim on screen, so you can call that square. Yeah, that's totally fair. Is Judge Kim gonna talk at all during this? Like, this is so weird. He normally doesn't sit there. So he has some really strict rules about Zoom. One of them being you can't be late. He's one of the only judges I ever knew that does not allow people to come in late very often. So he oftentimes enforces that rule. Also, I'm going to pop off the screen just to make sure it gets working properly, and then I will pop back in one of the Zoom squares. You'll have to find me. And hit that like button. Thank you, Cherry, for that reminder. I appreciate it.
A baggie that had weed in it, or it looked nice, and I have to make a decision.
The ones with the red other hearings, they can't hear you. Oh, okay.
13 minutes, Judge Kimmy Kim, just before the start.
Should be down the top right. Okay, same correct.
Oh,
Okay.
whoa. We have a Lawrence Beaver sighting in the house. Also, folks, if you are new here, Larry Beaver is become the team mascot here. Let's bring in Kimmy Beaver for this. Kimmy Beaver, I think, is appropriate. We have Kimmy, well, that is for Judge Kimmy Kim, but this is Larry Kimmy Beaver. He always stays where Larry is. Okay.
So this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court. So we're going to start with Eric Espitia. All right. All right, Eric, I'm Judge Kim. This is the detention docket for the 323rd. Let me explain what's going on. The law says when a child is brought to our detention facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days, and I have to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge within every 10 business days to make the same decision. Also want to let you know you have the right to remain silent. However, if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have the right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. So, let's see there. All right, so you're brought in on February 4th for possession of weed, and we gave you drug tests on March 6th, or February 20th, we gave you a drug test and you were negative, so you had stopped smoking weed. Then March 6th, you tested positive for marijuana. And then March 13th, you tested positive for marijuana again. So while you have a pending marijuana case, you stopped and then you continued to use marijuana. So now, let's see, yesterday, Eric was referred by Arlington Police Department. They were dispatched to your home for domestic. When they got there, your father said that you appeared to be under influence, and when he confronted you about it, you became angry and you took a few swings at him. He said he was able to block a few of the punches, but you punched him in the head, causing him to bleed. Officer spoke to you, who was on your bed crying. You admitted to being drunk and drinking approximately 20 shots of alcohol. Let's go back to April. You were referred out of custody for possession of weed. About 6 o'clock in the morning on March 10th, they were referred to your house for a domestic. And according to your mom, she opened the door to your bedroom, found 2 females in the bed with your son. One of the females woke up and climbed out the window. On the floor, at the foot of the bed, she found a baggie that had weed in it, or it looked like weed. She took the bag, emptied liquor bottles, said you woke up, then went back to sleep, and the female was not waking up. She thought y'all were drunk.
Oh, yeah.
The female was identified, taken to the hospital because they couldn't find her mother. When your mom asked you about the weed, you said you didn't know where it came from or how it got into your room. You said you were addicted to weed, but you did not smoke any that day. Your mom turned over the weed to the police. You admitted to drinking alcohol and being intoxicated. So you were cited for consumption of alcohol and possession of marijuana. All right. Well, I don't know why juvenile probation didn't tell me that you're testing positive for weed while you had a pending weed case, because I would have brought you back into detention just for that. The fact that now you picked up a family violence case just makes it worse. And you decided it's okay to drink alcohol and smoke weed while you have a pending case. So for your safety, to prevent you from using drugs, alcohol, and being involved in that culture, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. All right? Thank you, Eric. You have Gage Gothard next.
Gage, yeah, man, right here. He was in first class. He in first class. Or you have to see my photograph.
So that first one, he detained the kid for weed. That should be on there too. Also, oh, Larry's back. Larry's back. Damn it, Larry. He's dipping and coming.
All right, Mr. Gothard, I'm Judge Kim. This is the 323rd District Court. The law says when a child is brought to our detention facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days, and I have to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says that you have to see a judge every 10 business days. Also want to let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have the right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, so currently you were placed on probation on November 7th of 2018 for unlawfully carrying a weapon in a prohibited place, and it was a firearm. Go back a little deeper. See, you're 16 years old. So when you were 15, you were brought in for assault causing bodily injury on October 27th for an October 27th incident. Then on November 10th, you allegedly committed another assault causing bodily injury.
Judge Kim,
Yes?
I think you might be looking at the wrong kid. He only has one referral.
Oh, you know what? These are, I had a couple stapled together. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you're on probation, which is going to expire on May 16th. And you finished family partnership program. You're on a wait list at Care House, but we don't know how long it's going to take. See, so on May 1st, police were dispatched. They met with your grandma, who said that you put her hands on her chest and pushed her, causing her to fall to the ground. But she said she wasn't hurt. Officer found you, and you said that your grandma slapped you and you shoved her, but you did not mean to cause her to fall down. You pushed her out of self-defense. All right, so grandma's here, I guess?
Yes, I am.
All right, so what's his diagnosis?
Well, Care House has a bed for him this morning if we call before 11:30. They think they had a bed at 9:30. They're trying to hold a bed for him.
Okay, what's his diagnosis?
His diagnosis is PTSD and abandonment issues.
Okay. All right. All right, so Gage, here's my thing, right? I hate to say it, but your grandma has the right to slap you. She's the one taking care and control of you, and you're disciplined, all right? You cannot claim self-defense on this one because that is her responsibility as a parent. Now, if she goes too far and abuses you, that's a different law that's being broken. You can't claim self-defense against your...
For anybody just arriving, if you want to play bingo, you can get a card. It's a bad potato. We're not going to use that potato. Where you can get a card from the pinned comment in the chat, but feel free to just play along and hang out and yell bingo and do whatever you want. That's how we roll in this kitchen, I tell you. Yeah, that's how we do. And also, hi to all my friends. Hi, Orlando Chiquita. Hi, everybody. I love you all. Thank you for being here. And it is Friday. I don't know how late we will go. I just don't know.
Parents or grandparents, okay, when they're the ones providing care for you. All right. So, what's your takeaway from this? Come on. I mean, what are you getting out of this? I mean, the police got involved. They brought you over here,
That it was a dumb idea to do that.
right? I mean, at the time, it may have seemed like the thing to do, but now looking back, you understand that the only thing that you can control is how you react. Okay, that's literally the only. You can't control anything else, but that's what you can control. Right? So take ownership of that. Realize there are times that you can take control, and just do it. Sometimes it just means just giving yourself a timeout. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and release you to Care House. Okay. So they have a bed ready for you. I don't want to interrupt that since you've been waiting for that. So now I'm saying that, but what happens when you go to Care House and you get frustrated?
Try to calm myself down.
Right. The only thing you can control is how you react, right? So hopefully this experience here is just a learning experience. Hopefully I never see you again. All right, Gage? All right, thank you.
Louis,
Keith
that sounds
Henderson.
delicious.
Henderson. Hey, Gage. All the way around. And you sit down, put your chair straight to the front of the laptop. Take your shirt all the way around.
All right, Mr. Henderson.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you've been here for 13 days.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Berger, you requested this hearing?
I did, Your Honor.
For what purpose?
Well, at the last hearing, Judge Porter had asked Keith a very simple question, which was, can you abide by the curfew restriction? And Keith took it the wrong way and basically said he couldn't. Very poor choice of questions and answer. So the judge detained him. He was going to release him until he said that.
All right.
So rather than wait any longer, and he's been on level 1 outstanding the whole time, I thought he might get out a little bit early.
All right, so Keith, I have a couple questions for you. When you're here at Kimbo, do you have a curfew?
Interesting. Haven't heard a lawyer say it like that to Judge Kim before, I don't think. Have we? Sort of like taking a second bite at the apple, I think they say in law terms.
Yes, sir.
All right. You followed the curfew here?
Yes, sir.
Because you're level 1 outstanding since April 26th, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you understand that your curfew is your curfew. You can either follow your curfew at home or you can follow your curfew at Kimbo, right?
Yes, sir. Follow that home.
Okay. So, I mean, that makes it pretty simple. Now, your level 1 outstanding here, I understand there's been some conflict with your mom last time. I was actually watching the hearing last time we were here, and I remember what Mr. Berger was saying. And what I could tell is I could sense mom's frustration with you, right?
Yes, sir.
So, here's the thing is, I'm okay releasing you, but the problem is I'm not going to release you. Well, I'm thinking about releasing you because you're level 1 outstanding here at Kimbo. Okay. Now, the problem is if I release you and you're not level 1 outstanding at your mom's house, what do you think I'm going to do?
Bring me back here.
I'm going to bring you back here. It's that simple for me. Okay. You know, we got a bed here for you. We understand your mom's frustration. She's worried about your attitude and how you're going to be a man and you're going to be the boss, right? You're 15 years old. Okay. You turned 15 while you're here at Kimbo, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
The birthday you'll never forget, is it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's the thing, right? I'm looking at your behavior and looking at your past. What I don't want to see is you spending your 18th birthday, 19th birthday, 21st birthday, 30th, 40th, 50th birthday in TDC. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, sir.
Right? So, and here's the little trick that kids don't realize when they come through here is the kids that give their parents this attitude, this problem, they're the ones that later on end up with problems with the law. Okay?
Yes, sir.
These people that you got picked up with that night that I saw, I have a feeling that your mom did not approve of these people. Right? Mom, do you know who he was running around with that night?
No, but I do know he was with one of my nephews. But
Okay.
in Frisco, so he won't be out. He won't be out this month.
Is that nephew a person that you approve of?
I love my nephew. He never done anything like this before, just like Keith. But them two together, they act like brothers than they are cousins. But I'm gonna take him to Frisco, and they're gonna have some separation for a while.
Okay. So here's the thing, Keith. I'm releasing to your mom on electronic monitor. And the reason why I'm doing electronic monitor is because you gave kind of some pushback as far as the curfew, right? And then we'll see how it goes. After 30 days, we may take it off. But really, all that has to happen is your mom has to call us and say, hey, look, Keith isn't a level 1 outstanding here. Keith is giving me problems. He's not following the rules. He's not doing his chores. And then we just bring you back here. It's that simple. You're earning your time at home by doing what you're supposed to do. Okay? You're 15. Don't be a grown-up yet. Just be 15. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Am I going to have a problem with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Curfew's not a problem.
Yes, sir.
Mom's house rules, not a problem.
Yes, sir.
What if she says, I don't like that kid? Stop hanging around with him. What do you do?
Move around.
Right? There you go. She's the boss. I'm telling you what, Keith, it's you and me and your mom are playing 2-on-1 basketball against you. and you can't win 2-on-1. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not that good. Okay. All right, Mom, let us know if there's any problems, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, I'll have one here for you to pick up, Miss Paxton. All right, we'll go Joshua Ingram.
Your chair. Ingram.
Mr. Adler, are you here?
Joshua Ingram.
Mr. Adler?
I swear I hear something else playing. I don't think it's me.
All right, Mr. Ingram, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to our detention facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days, and I get to make the decision on whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. You have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing can be used against you, cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. And finally, you have the right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, so Mr. Ingram, what I'm seeing here is you're level 3 unacceptable. All right, and so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. If you can't behave back here, you can't behave in the community. Thank you, sir. Don Johnson. Okay.
Don Johnson, bring your chair.
It was 3U. What I found out
And
is
that, folks, is why it's important to be
3
level
unacceptable
1-0.
is actually a lot of times worse than 3 confined. Because sometimes you can do you didn't mean to do. 3U, you worked yourself there. All right, so Mr. Johnson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The reason why you're here is because when a child is brought to our detention facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days, and I have to make a decision on whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, then the law says that you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. You have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, so Mr. Johnson, see, you just turned 15 years old. See, Arlington Police brought you here. I signed a warrant for you on April 9th for you violating curfew and associating with other children on probation. You're currently on probation for theft of property. And we gave you a drug test. You're positive for weed. And you were just brought in the day before your birthday. So you just spent your birthday in here. All right, so probation is asking for you to be released to your mom because your mom wants to move to Collin County. Here's the thing. So, Ms. Gonzalez, there's a child on probation. He has picked up 2 cases since then. Both of them were not accepted, but he still was picked up on them. He's associated with other juveniles on probation that he's not supposed to do. He's violating his curfew. We issued a warrant for him, and he didn't turn himself in for a month. We had to go pick him up through Arlington Police Department, and he's smoking weed. So why should I release him?
Your Honor, our original plan after we had an administrative hearing was to release him back to his mother on electronic monitor. However, she just notified me this morning that they are now living in McKinney. And so our plan, after I spoke with my supervisor, was to ask for interim supervision. I know the mother has been really trying to relocate her family because of all the issues that have come up in the neighborhood, and I guess the types of people he's associating with. And so his mother is hopeful that moving to McKinney is going to alleviate some of that by him not being around those 2 individuals, Jaden Clinton and Jocko Livingston.
So here's my thing. Like, Judge Wheelis is the juvenile judge in Collin County, and I like Cindy. I mean, she and I are friends. why would I want to send Don to her? Like, that's not very friendly. He's a kid that's on probation. He's using drugs while on probation. He's committing new offenses, or he's getting arrested for new offenses, and he is affiliating with other people. Like, what is he doing right on probation?
He is involved in TCAP, and I just received a report from them, and it looks like he was engaging with them successfully. I'm kind of surprised that he was still keeping in contact while he was on the run. And he was also participating in FIT. It's my understanding that that counselor had reported a couple missed visits with him. So I know the engagement there wasn't as successful. During this time while he was on run, according to his mother, he was coming in and out of the house, but it wasn't long enough for us to, or for her to issue or call the police to report him. So she had been seeing him apparently kind of in and out of the house.
So he was a runaway for about a month.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure I like this, but I'm going to go ahead and release you to your mom. I'm going to give you a fair warning, okay? Judge Wheelis is very different than me. She and I get along fabulously. But here's the problem. Judge Wheelis overly cares. Like, she will be all up in your business. She will know everything about you. She will get regular reports about you personally. That's just the kind of judge that she is, right? For me, I'm very matter of fact. I just look at what happened, what you've done, and make my decisions. She gets up in your business, okay? And there's all kinds of placements that she's engaged in. You may be going to places for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year. She may be sending you off of those to try and help you. So what I need to let you know is I'm letting you know that I'm very matter of fact, and it's very cut and dry for me. For Judge Wheelis, there's a whole lot of personal attention. If you continue with these shenanigans with Judge Wheelis, your life is going to be very miserable until you finally figure out either you follow the rules or you don't follow the rules. It's one or the other. Okay? It can become very painful with Judge Wheelis in Collin County. So I'm not sure this is putting you in a better situation, but it's a situation that you got. Okay? My advice to you, just follow the rules. You do not want to be in Judge Wheelis's court breaking all the rules. For me, I'll just bring you back to Kimbo, and we'll have short conversations like this. With Judge Wheelis, you're talking about it drawing out for years. You'll be doing this till you're 19 years old. She will hold you for that long, and she will know everything about you. All right? So either take my advice or don't, but I recommend you take my advice. Just follow the rules. It'll be that simple. If you follow the rules, man, she's great. No problems at all. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin Lopez.
Okay. All right. Well, let's check out the field.
Straight release. Collin County.
Yeah, man.
Oh, it's hot in this kitchen, guys. It's hot in here. Donna, I sent you a text message. You should be able to gamble.
Ms. Herrick?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm firing you on Melissa Soto.
Okay.
They requested bilingual, so Mr. Adler is going to be appointed to that one.
Okay, I understand.
I was going to been fired. You've been traded.
I understand.
All right, Ms. Soto. All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing for the 323rd. Let me explain what's going on. The law says when a child is brought to our detention facility, that you have to see a judge within 2 business days and have to make a decision whether.
Your Honor.
Yes.
That's not my sister. That's not Melissa Soto.
Now that's my daughter.
This is Kenna Lopez. Ms. Soto will be last.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have the wrong parents. All right. So, are you the parent for Kenna Lopez?
I'm her mother.
Okay. All right. So, Miss Lopez, the younger Lopez, this is a detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days while you're here to make the same decision. I'll let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. If Finally, you have the right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, so let's see, Caitlin, back started when you were 13, you had a assault, which was dismissed for deferred prosecution. Then, I guess earlier this year, you ran away from home. And so, according to the police, on April 17th, about 11:30, police were dispatched to a home. Mom said she was assaulted by Caitlin, said one of her other children told her there was a funny smell coming from Caitlin's room. Mom went there because you have a history of vaping. You searched the room and searched Caitlin. You scratched and pushed her mom, causing pain and redness on her arms. Mom tried to search you, but was continually met with resistance. Eventually, you pushed Mom hard enough that she fell over the bed and hit her foot on the nightstand. She tried to get up, but you were pushed down again by Caitlin and hurt her back on the wood bed frame. Okay, so that was April 18th. Back March 9th, there's an officer on patrol at Walmart, said that there's a female juvenile without shoes on. He asked what was wrong, said, your parents are out of town, you didn't have anywhere to go, and you were run away from Keller. I remember that one. Yeah, I remember, Caitlin, because the conversation that we had was, if I let you go, you got to follow the rules at home.
Your Honor.
Yes?
This is her actual second assault on me. The story.
Right. No, I see that. I'm getting there. On March 6th, there's another. Police were dispatched for domestic. Said that you were assaulted on February 23rd. You're trying to punish Caitlin by taking her cell phone away and refused to give it back. So, Miss Paxton, did we give her a drug test when she came in?
Your Honor, yes, we did on the 18th, and she was negative for all substances.
Oh, she's been here since okay.
Yes.
So, oh, this is a 10-day?
This is a 10-day, yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Caden. So I'm glad you're level 1 out. Why is she only made level 1 out today? Why she dipped down?
Your Honor, I show she had some minors, disrespectful of staff by rolling eyes, argumentative about phone call, laughing at peer. It's all been minor stuff.
Okay, so just major attitude problem.
Yes.
Ms. Lopez, if you want to talk about the facts of the case, I don't really want to. I'd rather you stay quiet and just have that conversation with the attorney. If you want to talk about your behavior level, I'm interested.
I was a 1-0, except for yesterday. Since not last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before that, except for yesterday. I was for like 2 weeks straight.
All right. So, no, I believe it. I think the big problem, Caitlin, is, here's the thing, you're going to do it your way. That's in your mind, you've just set on it to do it your way, and nobody's going to tell you otherwise. It doesn't matter what the rules are. It doesn't matter what consequences are. And I need you to understand that all your decisions in life have consequences, whether it's against your mom or against the detention staff or with me. That's the way life is. And I don't know if you come to grips with that or not. I do know you have a court setting on the 6th. That's in 2 days. So I'm just concerned, especially because you've run away before and that you're a repeat offender, evidently against your mom. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep you in here at least until your court setting. Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh, my last judge said if I was a 1-0, I would be able to get out today.
If you were level 1-0?
Mm-hmm.
And how long did you have to hold it for?
I don't know. He just said I had to be a 1-0. Or 10 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Judge Porter said he would consider release. He's not going to consider release. Judge Porter told you he will not even consider the release unless you're level 1-0. Okay. He didn't make a deal saying if you're level 1-0, you get out. That's the first step, is to be level 1-0. Okay, and you're there, but what I'm considering is the fact there's only 2 days until your next court setting, right? I'd just rather keep you here because your mom cannot continue to be a victim of your decisions.
Well, me and my mom talked about me and her together going to counseling and stuff and working out our problems. And I'd really like to go home and be able to do that.
Right. And I imagine you'll have the chance once we go through the next court setting to dispose of your case. Here's the thing, all right? You can have, you're 15, right?
Yes.
Okay. You are not the first 15-year-old in history to have a conflict with your mom. Okay, that is what mothers and daughters do. Your mom, when she was 15, she had conflicts with her mom. Okay, I promise you this. And Ms. Paxton, she had conflicts with her mom when she was 15. This is a natural part of what life is. Mothers and daughters just have that. They have that stress, and you grow closer, and then you have some division, you grow closer, and that's just the way mankind works. Here's the problem. There are decisions that were made that brought me into the situation, that brought the courts into the situation. And that's what removes this from this natural progression of this dynamic between mothers and daughters. Now you have a third party who doesn't know you, who doesn't know your mom, doesn't know your family history, your family dynamics, your struggles, your blessings. I don't know any of that. I look at everything very detached, as a matter of law, very factually, right? And what I'm concerned about is I have a girl here who's been here a couple times for family violence against her mother, who has also been a runaway, right? I'm worried about this supervision. I'm worried about the safety of you. I'm worried about your decisions. So had you not crossed that line where the police had to get involved, you and your mother would be working this out.
We will pause that just for a moment, Tupac, because not only am I Canadian West Coast, but I love the Trailer Park Boys, but my dad is from Nova Scotia, or lives in Nova Scotia now, and I have been to where they filmed the Trailer Park Boys. But anyways, I love you all. Dinner is almost ready. I got the burger cooking. I'm going to sparkle up my lemonade with this. If you would like to let us know what you're having to drink today, I'd love to hear it. This is just bubbles that I'm going to go ahead and, oh, you made me coffee. I'm going to have some coffee too, but I want to have, I got pink lemonade here. I'm going to sparkle that up, and then we're going. Oh yeah. Chris, what's the fur? What's the fur?
Just like Miss Paxton and her mom did, okay? Unfortunately, now that I'm here now, I have to make these decisions as an outsider, and you have to reach me being on a different comfort level. Did you want to say something?
My mom will be with me the entire time. If I'm released, I'll be at court Wednesday. I really, really want to go home. I've been doing good. I just want to go home.
I understand, and that's part of the situation. Is part of my concern is you will be with your mom nonstop because she is the alleged victim in 2 cases. And also, part of this is also the consequences. At the time when when they're saying that you pushed your mom down, at the time that they're saying that you were vaping in your room or you didn't want to be searched, you were making decisions saying, what I'm doing now is worth the consequences that are to come. And these are part of the consequences, right? And this is part of the process. So I understand how much you want to go home. And I'm like 90% sure that things will be fine in the next 2 days and won't be a problem. My bigger thing is there are consequences to your decisions. Decisions were made, right? And this is what happens from those decisions. And this is part of the process I'm trying to show you in the future when you're coming across the situation, saying, no, it's not worth it. I am sure at this point, if it's true that you were vaping in your bedroom, that you would much rather your mom have caught you with a vape pen than you being here akimbo.
And I understand that, but that's not even what happened. I was with.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you.
Mom was trying to tell you.
Hold on. I don't want to talk about the facts because I don't want to put your attorney in the spot. Your attorney is trying to defend you, and I don't want you to say anything to me, even though it can't be used. You see down there where it says Mark Richmond?
No.
Good-looking man in the tie and the suit?
I can't see that on my screen.
Okay. Well, he is the prosecutor, and he represents the district attorney's office, and he is taking notes. So if you say anything, even though it can't be used against you, it may make your punishment more difficult than it has to be.
Then can my mom tell you she started too earlier, but she got...
That will be on for May 6th. That'll be something she needs to talk to your attorney about, okay?
Guys, look at that exciting news I just saw fly through the chat. That is the way I see it. With one of the mods, please post that link. One of our favorite creators here. He has said, I am putting together a few compilation court hearing videos you may premiere tomorrow afternoon. Tons of cases to clean off my computer. Well, I know that fact, but you know me, I get a little distracted in my kitchen dancing. But please make sure to post them so that we get to come to the premieres. I am down. I love coming to premieres of my fellow creators. Oh my gosh. Why is it so hot in here today? It is hot. Anyways, okay. Make sure to subscribe to That Is the Way I See It, guys. Top-notch videos, seriously. Thank you, Chris, with the fur. Your name is what got me singing and dancing. Also, That Is the Way I See It. I dreamt of, well, I don't really dream, but I went to sleep thinking about being a voiceover actress. I think I want to do some specials for you. Let's find some good stuff.
I really want to go home with my mom.
I understand. I totally get it. I am not taking that away from you at all. I know you want to go. What I need you to do is understand there are consequences to your decisions.
And I do understand that, and that's why I've been here. I've been here for 2 weeks without my family.
And that's why you're continuing to be here. That's what you have to understand is you don't get to control this, right? This is part of the consequences of life is sometimes you make decisions that other people decide what the outcome is. That's what you're not grasping right now.
I understand that, but even if I'm getting out, I'm not going to be able to do, I'm going to be sitting in my room, cleaning the house, doing chores. It's not like I'm going to be out here having fun. I want to be with my family, and I've been here for 2 weeks without them. And I've done what I need to do back here. I'm doing great in school right now, and I haven't gotten in trouble.
I understand. So are you trying to convince yourself or trying to convince me?
You.
Okay, but my decision is already made. See, this is the part of the consequences you're not understanding is there are times where you make decisions where other people make decisions. It's not that you can talk your way into it or out of it or sell yourself or sell the idea, right? That's not what it's about. The idea is you put yourself into a situation where somebody else now makes the decision, no matter how persuasive or what you want it to change. That's what life is about. Your mom has that with her boss, where she makes decisions and her boss makes decisions, and there's consequences to those decisions, right? This is outside of your control right now. This is based on your prior actions. I don't think you truly understand that when I say consequences, it's not just like swift punishment and it's over. Consequences means you put yourself in an entirely different situation.
I understand that. Me and her but I want to fix things. Me and her.
If you understood that, then you wouldn't be trying to convince me.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, this is Larry Beaver. So, Caitlin, I'll call you later on today and we can discuss this, please. So I'm sorry, just please be patient. Please be patient. Stay on level 1, okay? Let me call you later on today. I spoke with both you and your mother, but let me speak with you later on this afternoon, please.
Listen to referee Larry.
Thank you. Please be patient.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You know you love your kid when you give them the last of the mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Beavers. We have Calvin Moore. I don't think she understands the consequences, man.
Good Japanese mayo.
All right, Mr. Moore, I am Judge Kim. You're turning 17 in just a couple weeks.
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is a detention hearing. I make a decision whether to keep you in custody or release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. I also want to let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. All right. So, Mr. Moore, brought in, there's a year ago for resisting arrest and assault bodily injury. You had deferred prosecution. And then, you're 16 years old. You had a criminal trespass in August of 2019. That case is pending. Then you were released on December 2nd, 2019. Because you were brought in for aggravated robbery. 3, 4, 5 counts of aggravated robbery. You were released on May 1st. Is why we're here for failed to ID and unlawfully carrying a weapon. So, let's see. On May 1st, Manfield Police had a traffic stop on a vehicle with 2 males. They smelled weed coming from the vehicle. The driver admitted he was not the owner of the vehicle, and when he was asked the name of its owner, he gave a suspicious response of having to think about it before coming up with Jonathan Jones. They ran the VIN. The owner's name was Anthony Uveda, which was very different than the driver's story. So they got the occupants out, searched the vehicle, found a duffel bag under the seat. Under which seat? Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Under which seat was the duffel bag?
One moment, sir.
Also, guys, I just have to point something out quickly for you. My daughter specifically asked me to stop giving her dinners on that nice fancy plate that I like to use because it looks really cool on the camera. She specifically was like, no more. I don't want this anymore. So they're on the regular plate now. I'm gonna have to make her food on the regular plate. I just love that. Oh, she also told me today at the dollar store that I was embarrassing because I was listening to Time Served out loud in the aisle and laughing. And he was like talking to me, and I was like laughing and talking back. Anyways, okay. She might have beat me in TikTok. I don't know, but probably. The other day, a friend of mine got into a car accident, very sad, and he messaged me and was like, I bet I got more views than you did today. And I was like, oh, really? And he was like, yeah, I got 222 on this accident pic. And I like looked, and lucky for me, it was a good day. And I was like, oh, really? Because I got more than that in the last 60 minutes. And he was just like, oh, okay. And I was like, thank God it was a busy 16 minutes.
The driver's seat.
The driver's seat, okay. All right, so under the duffel bag was a silver Smith & Wesson 40 caliber handgun, which was stolen out of Fort Worth when they ran the serial number. When they asked the suspects whose gun this was, Calvin claimed the ownership. Also in the vehicle was a surgical glove containing 22 caliber rounds, a bag of pills that resembled ecstasy. Calvin gave the police the spelling of his name Kalvin instead of Cal, and a bad date of birth, but then eventually admitted that he had been to Kimbo. We confirmed that you're a youth on record, got a photo, and then confirmed your identity. So the aggravated robbery case is in February. Oh, there's one with a haircut. Oh yeah, where I didn't want to let you go. And now you're testing weed, positive weed. So you got 5 counts of aggravated robbery, you're smoking weed, you're rolling around in a stolen car with a stolen handgun, and giving fake names to the police. So at this point, I am not comfortable releasing you. I'm going to go ahead and detain you. And I encourage you to keep your behavior level up. Not necessarily that it's going to help you get out, but you need to help your attorney with everything possible as far as your case is concerned. Mr. Richmond, do we know if this is a case that the state intends on seeking certification?
Where did that come from?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, well,
Hold on.
we'll
Does
see.
that mean not yet you don't know? I'm sorry. Does that mean not yet you don't know?
No, what?
Correct, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Five counts of what?
Aggravated robbery.
What?
Don't say anything, Calvin. Don't say anything, Calvin.
Mr. Moore, just don't say anything. Talk to your attorney. She can talk to you. You're not familiar with the
I will
aggravated
call
robbery?
you.
Who's my attorney?
Hold on a second. Okay, so you see Miss Herrick. She's the one, blue shirt, waving at you with a star over her head or a flower.
I need to talk to you.
Okay.
I will call you. I will call you. Do not say anything.
Mr. Moore, do not say anything. All right. You want your attorney to do as much as he can for you. You don't want to put her in a spot. Let me go over this aggravated robbery stuff. So in February, let's see, they're saying on December 2nd, 2019 at 9:30, the police were dispatched to the victim's residence on an armed robbery in progress. They made the scene and said that a visitor to the residence received a direct message from Calvin requesting a haircut. Victim responded to Calvin's message, said to come alone to his apartment where he was visiting friends and he would cut Calvin's hair. Calvin came with a second person who he told to go downstairs, get his phone while he played PS4 with the victim. Shortly after, Calvin went downstairs to see what had happened with the other suspect retrieving his phone. 10 to 15 minutes later, Calvin, the other suspect, returned to the victim's apartment with the other person brandishing a handgun. Immediately, two other people wearing masks made from t-shirts with eye holes burst into the apartment, also had handguns. Victims of the offense consisted of 4 roommates and 2 visitors. One of the victims was pistol whipped and was bleeding from his forehead to his nose when the police interviewed him, so they called EMS. Another victim who was taking a timed college exam on his computer and didn't respond immediately was hit in the back of the head with a handgun. 2 of the suspects demanded, "Where is everything? Where is the case?" Kicked a bedroom door open, found a safe, demanded the victims open it. Since the safe belonged to a roommate who wasn't there, they didn't have the combination, but the safe was open. They found no money. They forced all 4 victims into the bathroom. Another victim was on the phone, which was kicked from his hand. Calvin and one of the suspects placed him on the floor and threatened to blow his head off if he moved. That room was ransacked. During the incident, it says 18-foot gold necklace, I imagine it's inches, and a medallion were taken off the victim's person. An AR-15 was taken as well. Found also iPhone, a wallet with no money, a PS4 controller, a Samsung phone, a music safe, Xboxes, 2 Xbox controllers, Jordan 11s, and $100 cash. So, you understand what the law of parties is, Mr. Moore? The law of parties.
Law of parties?
Yes, so that's a legal term. What it means is, in the state of Texas, when there's 2 or more people that commit, plan, or benefit from a crime together, they're all individually guilty of that crime. So let's say me and Mr. Lewis here, we decide we're gonna rob a bank, and Miss Herrick is joining us in the planning. And so, Mr. Lewis goes in, robs the bank. Miss Herrick is a getaway driver. I'm at home. I'm the mastermind of everything. Right? So they come home, they rob the bank, we split up the money, and we go. All 3 of us are guilty of the robbery, right? Because Miss Herrick, she participated in it. She was a getaway driver. Mr. Lewis went inside, took the money. I benefited. I knew the money was stolen. I planned it, and I took 1/3 of the money and spent it. All 3 of us would be guilty of the bank robbery. So you understand, in the state of Texas, even though you don't actually commit the crime itself, if you planned it or you benefited from it, then you can also, or participated in it, then you're also guilty of the crime as if you had any role in it. If somebody died in that process, in that bank robbery, all 3 of us would be guilty of capital murder and could face the death penalty. So I need you to understand, even if they're not saying that you personally pistol whipped anybody or held a gun or took anything, they're saying that you were complicit or you helped be part of that process, either the planning or the execution of the crime, which is why I'm finding this probable cause. I'm not saying that you did it. This is not your trial. I'm just saying there's probable cause enough for me to consider that you could have done it, and that I'm concerned about the safety of the public, especially now with the pending robbery charges. You're around in a stolen car with a stolen firearm, okay? Allegedly. So at this point, I'm because I feel like it's an absolute danger to the community. Yes, Mr. Lewis.
If I may remark, just to clarify, the aggravated robberies were referred out of custody while Calvin was pending the criminal trespass, which was also referred out of custody. He wasn't located for intake or for service because he was on runaway status. I've communicated with his mother about the aggravated robbery cases being referred, but I'm not clear to what extent he may have known that he was facing those charges.
Oh, okay, yes. So that's the problem with running away, is we were trying to find you so you can come in here and talk to me about this so we can figure out if I should release you or not. The fact that you ran away meant you were unavailable, you weren't checking in, so we had a warrant, or we would have had a warrant for you eventually. But yeah, so you're now being held on the aggravated robbery as well as this failed to ID and unlawfully carrying a weapon.
Just those three.
Well, 8, 9, because you have the criminal trespass, and you also have 5 counts of aggravated robbery.
What is 5?
You guys, I gotta tell you something right now. I'm literally pulling up the points because I just noticed that we had perfect attendance. I had 36 people in the room and I had 36 likes on the video. And you know what I do when I see something that I like? I reward that. But then I went back to the video and now there's 37 people watching, but yet 36 likes. 38. Okay, perfect. We're up. We're up. That means 500,000 points to everybody in the room. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That has been put into the loyalty payout queue, and we can continue. Please remember to tip your bartenders.
5 counts mean.
There were 5 victims.
I will talk to you about it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll tell you all about
explain
it.
it to you. Okay. So, Mr. Moore, I would definitely not say anything to me right now. You need, especially because your 17th birthday is coming up so quickly. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right. Beth Ann Morton.
Oh, these hands found a Twizzler in her bed. That is a win. Also, yes, 1920s Ghost Lady is in here as well.
All right. So, Miss Morton. Okay, so you're at ACH. Having problems. Is somebody from ACH here? Or from the department?
No, sir. Her CPS worker was supposed to be here, Alejandra.
Oh, Ms. Berdoza, you are here.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, well, I think she has underlying issues, which is why she's at ACH. She's not level 1 outstanding, but she's level 1 acceptable. Tell me, what's the department's plan?
Your Honor, our department is looking at.
I'm sorry, the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right now, we're still locating placement for her. The only place that's willing to take her is back at ACH, but we're not wanting to send her back there just due to her physically assaulting staff. So we don't feel it's safe for anyone. So we're still locating placement at the time.
All right. Beth, you understand the situation that I'm in, right? Is because, and I'm so sorry that you have a pending CPS case, that has nothing to do with you. That's not your fault, okay? What it does have to do with you is the allegation that you assaulted one of the staff members at ACH.
Yes.
That was within your control. And so that gives great pause and concern. And I'm kind of torn here.
Sir, may I speak?
Who is?
Me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So, my caseworker, I talked it over with her about going back to the placement. She talked to me, she said that, basically I asked her to try to put me in the shelter instead of the RTC. I asked her to put me in the shelter instead, but if that's not gonna happen, all I know is that if you do let me go back to ACH to the actual placement, I'm gonna work on not assaulting people, and I'm gonna work on trying to keep my hands to myself, and I'm gonna work on talking over, asking to go outside or talk to someone about it before I do it. Cause I tried to do that in the beginning. I tried to do that. And
Beth, I'm going to cut you off here. I don't want you to go into what could have happened on the assaults, because that's a conversation for you and your attorney.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about is making sure it's a safe environment. What Alejandra is saying right now is that ACH isn't totally sold on it yet, right? Now, I know the people at ACH all the way from Dr. Carson all the way down to the people at the bottom level. And there are some great, great people there. Okay? I mean, honestly, just good people. But they have to be comfortable too. You understand? Sometimes what decisions are made, right? And there's consequences to those decisions. I will tell you what, I am not interested in keeping Beth Ann here any longer than we have to on these misdemeanors. And really, for even the robbery is kind of, I mean, it's the access badge, right? I mean, I get it, but this isn't for financial gain or motive. It's really just to get out of there. So is ACH close to making a decision, do we think?
They haven't stated.
How can we find out?
I can give Linda a call.
Linda.
Ailing?
Okay.
At ACH?
Find out. Ms. Herrick, you have contact with Ms. Berdoza, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay. Stay in touch, Ms. Herrick. Just let me know. While I have the ability as a judge to order ACH to take her, I'm not inclined to do so. There's a certain amount of healing process, Beth Ann. Sometimes, is it Beth or Beth Ann?
Beth.
Beth, okay. Yeah, Beth, sometimes when sometimes you damage relationships where it can't be fixed right away. Sometimes you damage them so they can't ever be fixed, right?
Yes, and I did letters to everybody that I did do that to, and I wrote letters to them apologizing.
No, Beth Ann, we don't need to talk about that. I don't want to talk about the facts of the case. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to get you out of here. I sincerely, I mean it, I do want you out of here for this offense that you're accused of committing, but I need to make sure ACH is comfortable with it. Okay, and that is what the slowdown is because it's kind of a repercussion of what they're saying, decisions that you made.
I have a question.
Yes?
Is there a possible way that if my caseworker can find a shelter, not an ACH, not at all, just a regular shelter that'll take me until they actually find a place for me?
So here's part of the problem with that, all right, is if it's true that you did assault some of the staff members at ACH, then other placements are going to be very hesitant to accept you in there because they have to worry about their own staff as well, right? This is kind of the consequence of, it's one thing if it was aggression, if they're saying that you were aggressive towards other residents versus staff members, right? That's what's causing all the complication here. So trust me though, I mean, I'm a straight shooter, right? Ms. Herrick knows, everyone knows. You have my word. I do not want you to stay here for this offense. I don't need to keep you here. I just need a safe place to release you to. Not just safe for
Your
Beth.
Honor, something else that Beth wanted everyone to consider is a foster placement. She did very well at her last foster placement, and it wasn't her fault that she was removed from that home. And so I don't want to speak for you, Beth, but the last conversations that we've had, she's been very vocal about wanting to go to another foster situation. She does well with that one-on-one.
That one's easy. All right, so Ms. Berdoza, then if you can, for ACH, then I would like to order y'all to do a foster search, a placement search, and just see if there's one available. If there is, please let Ms. Herrick know. Like I said, the point, my goal is to get her out of here. I just need a safe place. So if y'all are wanting to take her back at ACH, great. If y'all can find a foster placement or do a search, if one turns up, then that's also very good too, right? Beth, I meant it when I say I want to get you out of here. I just need to do it in a safe way. Okay. If there's other alternatives or other, other solutions, I'm open ears. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Sanchez.
John Sanchez.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days and have to make a decision to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. I'll let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, so John, you previously in 2019 had a criminal mischief case with a supervisory caution. Then on May 1st, you were brought in as a runaway. Police were dispatched to meet complainant at Fitzgerald Elementary. When they got there, they saw the youth sitting in front of the school, identified yourself as John Sanchez. They figured out you're a runaway and detained you, and that you told the police officers you did something bad and you wanted to turn yourself in. You said you burglarized an Easy Mart on Collins Street. They identified you as a suspect in a recent burglary. They brought you back home, spoke with your mom, and you grabbed some belongings and tried to leave the house. You told the police that you were not going to stay and you continued to leave. After speaking with the supervisor, because you refused to say, and no one else could take you, that you were brought here to Kimvo. Back in February, Arlington Police brought you in. It was reported that John's mother said that you ran away and took her car without permission, drove around Arlington, hit a mailbox at about 4 a.m, and ditched the car with damage. And you're brought in, testing positive for weed. All right, so Mom, I think I remember you. We talked before, right?
I'm not sure.
It was maybe a different judge. Okay. So, all right, here's the thing, right? Like, I like the fact that he's at the school, he's talking to the police, he's very honest with the police, admitted to burglarizing a building, told the police he was going to leave. I'm relying on you, Mom. Like, where are we with this? If I release him to you, is he going to run away again?
I believe if he comes home, then he needs to be on house arrest. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we can put an electronic monitor on him, but the problem is that doesn't keep him from running away. It just tells us where he is when he runs away. All right, so that's like, I gotta know. I mean, do I release him to you? Is he gonna run away again?
I think that will deter him from running away.
I'm sorry?
I believe that'll deter him from leaving. And then I don't know if they can put it in the order for him to stay away from my sister's residence and her children.
Yeah, we can do all that.
I think
So you're confident? You think having an electronic monitor, the accountability will keep him at home?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Well,
That and
I'll trust you on this one. All right, so John, what I can do is you owe your mom. I don't know why your mom's doing this, because you're the one that evidently took her car, allegedly, and wrecked it and ditched it. And, your mom loves you, obviously. So I'm going to defer to your mom on this one. Your big thank you for this one, for sticking her neck out for you and vouching for you. And so I'm placing on electronic monitor, and you will have to abide by the conditions that your mom will set up with your probation officer on where you can go, where you cannot go. Okay? Now, I'm going to let you know, I want to have this conversation with you, that if I let you go on electronic monitor your mom, you decide to run away, keep your monitor on, right? Let us pick you up. Because if you cut that monitor off and you ditch it and you throw it away, there's a good chance I won't let you out again until you pay us back for the monitor that you threw away. Okay? which means until your mom comes up the money to pay for it. How much are monitors running now? Does anybody know? Mr. Dawson, you know how much monitors cost these days?
Yeah, because it is the technology, I've heard up to $1,200 could be the price.
$1,200. So we'll just keep you here until your mom comes up to $1,200 to pay back for the monitor, the GPS monitor, okay? So make sure if you decide to cut it off, you don't throw it away. But my advice is not, just don't run away, right? Because what happens if you run away? What happens if you run away? We'll find you eventually, right? And then where do you end up?
Here.
What? I can't hear you. Here, right. Right, you run away, forever's a long time. You can't stay or run away until you're 80 years old, right? You'll eventually be caught, and you'll come back to Kimbo or to downtown jail. It doesn't go away just because you run away. So, all right, all the mom's rules. Make sure, be extra nice to her, clean the bathrooms for her or something. Cook dinner, do the dishes. You are one, okay?
Whoa, do we have a
All right,
bingo?
thank you.
Do we have a bingo? Doc BBQ, Doc_BBQ. We may have a bingo, ladies and gentlemen. I may have already missed a few bingos. I apologize. You know, this is real life. Also, what, you got a bingo? Or is he lying? I don't know. Judge Kimmy Kim Kim, you have to fill the whole card. Also, if anybody's here and you don't like seeing all the Streamlabs fun stuff that we've got going on, I get that. I totally get that. You know what you can do? You can just click on that Streamlabs asshole and block him, and it will just go away. And you don't have to see any of it anymore, and the chat will be once again clear for you. I apologize because some people like it, some people don't. I personally like seeing you guys have fun. Addicted to something that is not exactly as detrimental as a few other things. So, and Bingo was his name. Oh, that better not be copyright claiming. Anyways, let us continue.
Michael Sanchez.
Michael Sanchez. Come on, sure. Yeah, man. Sure. Hey, we're gonna have some.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The purpose of the hearing is when a child's brought to our detention facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days. I have to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. Also, I want to let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right. So, Michael, this all started, let's see, you're 13 years old as a runaway in September of 17. And then October of 17, you ran away out of county. How far did he go? Do we know, Mr. Kroll?
We do not, sir.
Okay. All right. So, came back home New Year's Eve of 2017. He had assault family violence by a family member, was dropped by the victim. 3 months later, in March of 18, assault bodily injury, which was supervisory caution. You were let go on March 8th. You picked up another assault causing bodily injury. So there's 3 assaults that you're arrested for until now. Let's see. On May 3rd, about 10:20, Fort Worth PD was dispatched to domestic. Then Michael and Cassandra were in an argument, Cassandra being your sister. Cassandra said she was trying to protect her little brother as Michael's hit him in the past. When she was able to get the little brother away from him, Michael slapped her in the back of the head. Cassandra turned around and called Michael a bitch. Michael then slapped Cassandra with his left hand across the face, then tried to punch her, but she was able to push him and get him away. So what is the March 5th family violence case? Mr. Kroll?
March 5th, he had another incident with the sister. Mom was not at home. She was at work during that time.
Who was the victim on the 2017 family violence case?
2017, I believe, was the mother.
Mother. All right. Mom, this is not a kid I want to keep here. These are misdemeanors. But if he's going to always resort to violence as his solution to everything else, because what I'm seeing is allegations that he's hitting his little brother, he's hitting his sister, he's hitting you. Like, he's hitting also, there's non-family violence assaults. So he's got 2 other cases where there's assaults. Like, at this point, like, it's danger to himself to others. One day somebody's going to have a knife or a gun and just shoot him for doing what he does. So at this point, Michael, you've got to learn, you just can't hit people. That's not the world. That's not the world that we live in. All right, so I'm ordering you detained. Eric Sanders.
Crystal, I agree. We all knew last night was coming down, except last night didn't come down. It was another day, a video I pre-cleared with YouTube Daddy, and they took it down. Last night, no, leave that up. No problem. It was I've appealed it. It's for privacy. It's from the legal team. I got emailed from the legal team. So, anyways, yeah, it was, and I swear to God, like I went through the whole video again. It was the New York Dad TPO. A lot of you guys watched that with me. The New York City Dad TPO. Oh, I wasn't even in it. It's crazy. I think it was actually, no, it was user generated. Somebody reported it. It was a reported takedown. That's what it was. So, gotta love people like that. Last night, somebody was mad at me about my garlic comments in the comments. So maybe it was that person. Who knows?
All right, Mr. Sanders, I'm Judge Kim. This is the detention hearing. I'm here to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you.
The person in the garlic video, it wasn't a garlic video, it was one of these videos, but the person commented, "You don't know what you're talking about with garlic. You shouldn't really like spout that kind of information. And you can't prove it." And I was like, I think I had just finished the stream and I was sort of like looking at my phone and I didn't even respond except for to find an actual study from a journal of medicine. And I just posted the link to that where they did the actual research study. So yeah, maybe that's why.
If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. Also, want to let you know you have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. You have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, nothing you say at the detention hearing can be used against you at any other type of court setting. So Mr. Sanders is here on a 10-day hearing. If I remember correctly, he was on probation for unlawfully carrying a weapon, which then while he's on probation was arrested for aggravated robbery on a determinate sentence, which he was placed on probation for a handgun. While he's on probation, he picks up an assault public servant in September of 19th, but the parties agreed to extend his probation out and not revoke him. And now April 29th, there was a new referral from the police report on April 12th.
Chirpster.
The victim was walking away from a convenience store, approached by 2 black males who started hitting him and knocking him to the ground, beat him, took his wallet. facial injuries, body injuries. They reviewed a surveillance video. One of the suspects was identified as Derek Sanders. The hoodie and shoes match perfectly the one shown on the surveillance video of the robbery. Officers recognized his face and haircut, that he was the same one from the robbery.
This is a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Please change your smoke detector
That was on
batteries
April 12th,
immediately.
but on April 18th, 4th PD brought you in for evading arrest, conducting a robbery investigation for the April 12th robbery that
Except
I just talked
I
about.
was saying that garlic is good and that garlic can treat MRSA. That's what my whole claim was. And I understand that people think, oh, that's so dangerous because people will have MRSA and then they'll just go get garlic instead of getting treated. But obviously, I don't mean instead of other treatment, but along with, in conjunction with. And I do believe it can get rid of it. So there. Anyways, the chirp is very upsetting. Please, it is a med check time. It is a battery check time. It is a drink check time. I don't know how people live like this. Like, I really don't know how people live like with this is the smoke detector alarm. I remember that one 5-hour case that we we all watched it. Credence and Mikey did it. I think it was Mikey alone, maybe. And look at her post about SS. What's SS? But putting garlic in the smoke detector. But MRSA is very, 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 very. Garlic will treat many different things. Many different things. Okay, I'm continuing on. I gotta just keep going.
Police returned to the area, saw two males that they thought were the actors in the robbery. And they ran away when they saw the police. Derek continued to run even after allegedly he heard the officer shout, "Stop, police!" Jumped a fence, ran across the street.
Sorry, I apologize. No, it was not the video with the social security number in it. It was not. That video, A-okay. No problem. Although I am going back in and blurring it just in case it wasn't blurry enough. But no, it was not any video about that. I'm serious. Like, I woke up this morning just baffled. And then you spend quite a bit of the day trying to determine what the heck was going on. And then, yeah. And then, unfortunately, looking at legal stuff had the same thing happen on one of her very old videos. It was very odd day today.
And he was caught, brought to Kimbo. There's a positive for marijuana. All right. Miss Alonzo, he's on determined sentence probation. What's the length of probation? What's the sentence and length of probation?
His sentence will expire on 8/22/2023.
For how long?
I think he was on 10 years.
10 years.
You went on 10 years.
Or 8. Sorry, I think it was 8 or 10. Let me double check.
I don't think it was 10.
Let me check. Sorry. Let me check.
Yeah, Sanders, we'll find out.
Okay.
I want to say it's 10 or maybe 8.
I'm not the new CEO
Sorry,
yet,
it was 8 years
guys.
determined sentence. 8 years.
8 years determined sentence. All right.
And Your Honor, the DA actually filed a petition on both charges today.
Okay, petition is filed. How old is he?
He's 14.
14?
Yes.
All right, let's just set this for a revocation. Set quickly, like within the next 2 weeks. Ms. Herrick, I'm not even worried about the petition on the new offenses. He's on determinate sentence. Okay. There's a motion to modify filed on the aggravated robbery? Ms. Alonso?
Yes, hold on.
Are you speaking to me, Art?
Yes, I just wondered, is there a motion to modify filed on the probation case?
No. They just filed a petition on the 2 new offenses, not the aggravated robbery.
Okay. I know the court on its own can modify probation without a motion being filed. I don't know if there can be a commitment off of probation. I'm sorry? Yeah. I don't think so.
In order to commit him, you have to make those certain findings, and right now you don't have any evidence to make those findings. So
Right.
I think we have to have a hearing.
I think so too. Yeah, I know there's all kinds of issue notice and allegations and all that. All right, well,
Your Honor, he is hoping to be released today. He, at the time the offenses were alleged to occur, he was staying with an aunt that lives on a different side of town from his grandma. He's willing to go back to his grandma's house and be placed on an electronic monitor to keep him away from that part of town. So he is hoping to be released today.
Ms. Herrick, I mean, I get that. The problem is he's on probation for a gun offense, and then he commits a new gun offense, then commits a new assault offense against a public servant, and then now he's alleged for a robbery. I mean, in a way, he's de-escalating from a first-degree felony to a second-degree felony, but it's just not. There's a serious concern about the danger to the public on this one. I understand what you're saying, and
Yeah.
you know, some of it makes sense, but this is really making all the spidey senses tingling right now about the danger to himself and to others. So, Mr.
I
Sanders,
understand, Your Honor. I think Derek understands as well.
all right, Mr. Sanders, I'm detaining you at this point. All right, next, Melissa Soto. Ms. Herrick, your last one was Mr. Adler, so thank you for being here, but you're welcome to watch if you want, otherwise you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, yep, he did it to himself. I'm sorry. Regardless, he did it to himself.
Hello, Ms. Soto. I'm Judge Kim. The reason why we're here is the detention hearing. When a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days after make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days to make the same decision. Also, let you know you have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. Okay, so May 3rd, about 9 o'clock, police were dispatched to 7-Eleven. Melissa locked herself in a bathroom at the gas station. So Melissa left the house without permission. Police told the father he could come and get Melissa into his vehicle with the help of Derek, Melissa's brother-in-law. Police told Melissa if she hits, kicks, assaults any family member that she could be arrested. Dad tried to get her into the vehicle to take her home. Melissa kicked Dad in the stomach and chest repeatedly. He also kicked Derek in the stomach and scratched him on the wrist. Dad and Derek reported that it caused pain. Mom, Dad, tell me what's going on.
I'm her older sister, and this is my dad. He doesn't speak English very well, so he wants me to speak.
Sure.
It's been multiple times. Just 2 nights before that night that she tried to leave the house, we did have police dispatch as well because she had a 20-year-old in the house that she snuck in while my dad was sleeping.
Is it her boyfriend?
No. I'm sorry?
Is it her boyfriend?
We never know who's her boyfriend because it's always a different guy that she's bringing home or inviting over. She has stolen money from all of us, stolen property as far as my AirPods, my debit card, my parents' jewelry to sell it to get marijuana. We have had her in therapy since she was in 6th grade. She's been admitted to Sundance and Excel, and she has also gone to court for not going to school. And
what was she in Sundance for?
This was in 6th grade. Whenever she went to Sundance, she was telling people to kill themselves, and she was saying that she was depressed and wanted to kill herself as well.
So what do we do? What was your name?
My name is Cassandra Soto.
Cassandra, okay. All right, Cassandra, what are we gonna do? I mean,
I honestly don't know. She has, I am 23 years old. She has my brother who's 21 years old. My husband, Derek, my father, my mother.
This is not a question for her sister, Judge Kim. I'm sorry, but what is going on here? I haven't heard any translation happening, unfortunately. Like, this is this is parentification of this child, who's not a child anymore, an adult, but it's still a parentification of this person who's not the parent. And it's an added burden to her, and it also puts strain on their relationship down the road. The fact is that this sister is the one having to rattle off all of these things about her. She's going to break any trust they may have ever had. She doesn't trust her, but if her sister who's in juvie might have ever trusted her, that's probably gone now. Anyways, I just think this is unacceptable for Judge Kim. He's usually pretty smart about that kind of stuff, but I think he's made a mistake here, and I think it's just because he doesn't like having to deal with the translation.
She has the support of everybody. We've taken her, like I told you, since 6th grade, to therapies nonstop, and she just keeps getting worse.
Here's the thing: if she doesn't want your help or support, there's nothing you can do for her. I mean, it all starts with her. I mean, she has no priors with this department. So, is there violence with Melissa and Derek or her dad at home?
Yes, she always lashes out at my parents. We actually have 2 younger siblings who are in the house with her, one being 6 years old and one just turned 5 years old. And they specifically have told us that they are scared of her because I even have pictures of her taking out a knife, saying that she was going to hurt us.
Is Melissa a U.S. citizen?
Yes, she is.
How was that face, Judge Kim? Were you going to deport her?
If I may also add, whenever the police arrested her, my dad, who is not a U.S. citizen, she tried to say that he was abusing her and raised false allegations on him.
Yeah. All right. Normally, Melissa, I would just let children go in this situation. You have no priors, and it seems like it was just one bad night, but it seems like there's a whole lot more going on here. Before I feel comfortable releasing you back, I want you to get to level 1-0 and hold her for 3 days, okay? If you can control your emotions, in order you get to level 1-0, hold it for 72 hours, and at that point, if your family feels comfortable because they're talking with you and they're seeing a change in you, then I'm okay releasing you back home. But it's a 2-part test. One is you're going to have to prove to me in detention that you can follow the rules so you can behave. The second part of the test is you have to use the phone calls as an opportunity to rebuild the bridges that you have started to destroy. Okay? You understand what I've said so far, Melissa? So I'm putting this on you. You can completely control the behavior levels in Kimbo. What you cannot control is how Derek and Cassandra and your siblings and your father, how they all feel. Okay. If they can, because they know you far better than I do, or the detention officers. If they, after talking to you, feel like that you changed, that you're going to make progress, and that you're not going to be a danger to other people or yourself, then, and they want you home, then I'm okay with you going home. Okay? Any questions for me?
No.
Okay. Cassandra, I don't want you to explain this to Dad right now, but you think he's going to be okay with this?
Yes.
Okay. I want her to go home. But if she comes home, it has to be in a safe environment for everyone, not just for her, but for you, for your husband, for everyone. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
I appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Your Honor, can you
Mr.
hear me?
Adler?
Your Honor, can you hear me?
I do.
I have a typo. Her release was actually on 4/14.
Who? I don't have it on the docket, but I have the packet here. It's just another detention hearing?
It's an out of custody, Your Honor.
Oh, we have 2 out of custodies. Okay.
Ooh.
Not this one.
This is, I gotta ask, who is this?
Mary Angelise.
Mary Louise.
No, Mary Angelise.
Angelise, okay.
Is my
Mary
mom?
Angelise Adorno.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. So Mary Angelise, your attorney dropped off a form that's a waiver. I think he had you sign,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where he talked to you about it probably on the phone, saying we don't have to do a detention hearing. Do you remember having that conversation?
No.
Mr. Sierra didn't call you and say, do we want to have a detention hearing, or can we just pass it?
Yeah, he did, but I never said I wanted to pass it. I just said that I didn't want him to proceed with the whole thing about me going home first before placement. But I did want to proceed with the detention hearing so I can know more information about what's going on.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. At this point, I don't have everything here because Mr. Sierra submitted a form saying that you don't wish to have a detention hearing today. Okay.
Okay.
So what we can do is you know what? We'll just set it for tomorrow. Okay. So we'll have the detention hearing tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so you guys want to know more about my placement and stuff, right?
Your place, well, I don't know about that. If that's not ready, that's not ready. This is just about detention hearing, about whether to keep you until your placement or not.
Okay, I've been on level 1-0 for 2 weeks.
Good. Thank you. Has it been hard? I heard there's been drama going on back there.
It's been kind of hard, but I just pulled it together and I didn't get in trouble.
Yeah, keep out of it, right? Just keep to yourself. That's the best way to stay out of trouble. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so we're gonna tell your attorney to be here tomorrow, and we'll have a detention hearing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ariana Howard, for out of custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
No. Because she's saying that she didn't waive it. I understand, but she's saying she didn't waive it, so I'm not gonna agree though if she didn't waive it. Is Miss Howard around?
Coming in, Judge.
Oh, there we go. Over this one? Oh, okay. All right, Miss Howard. We're here for out of custody detention hearing. I need to make a decision whether to take you into custody or to keep you out in the community. By taking you in custody, the law says that you have to see a judge every 10 business days. while you're in custody to make the same decision. You have the right to remain silent. However, if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, or your family cannot afford one, I will provide one for you. So let's see, back in June of last year, you had 2 assaults on a security officer. They were all dismissed with DPP. And then that was in November of 19. Since November of 19, while you're in deferred prosecution, you tested positive for weed on March 2nd, on March 11th, March 20th, and April 7th. So, go backwards in time. This is where you sprayed 2 Six Flags security guards with pepper spray. So on March 3rd, police were dispatched to Miller Avenue about a stolen vehicle. Victim said he was driving around with female friends, pulled in a convenience store, went inside. When he walked back out, car was gone. While the officer was speaking to him, he said, "There goes my car," and pointed to a silver 4-door Kia. They got in the patrol car, tried to do a traffic stop. Driver failed to yield, sped down Berry Street. Different officer joined the chase. Lights and sirens. Driver kept on going down Berry, trying to turn, but didn't make the turn and crashed into the side of a parked trailer. 4 occupants jumped out, ran to a backyard, caught them in the backyard, and Ariana was one of the ones identified, but not the driver, not the suspected driver. So a month later, 13-year-old Ariana was referred for a DTA. She left the house at, this one's 13? Oh, I didn't know that. I just had my sheet. All right. Oh, no, that's okay. I just had the loose packet. All right, so this is not dealing with a child under 14, so we're going to Texas Family Code, closing this proceeding to the public and ending the
A little bit late on that one, Kimmy Kim. A little bit late. Don't worry, folks. We're not going anywhere. I've lined it up. Is this the same one all the way? Yeah, it is. Damn it. Oh. My God. Those books are out of size, sir. I'm hoping he comes back because that was hilarious. He's not gonna. Okay.
I think I'd informed the department of emergency order number 20.
Okay, here we go.
All right, this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court on October 15th, 2020. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 25 related to coronavirus, we're not conducting in-person court proceedings, but we're using a reasonable alternative, which is Zoom. No portion of this court proceeding may be recorded or copied or published. Violations are punishable by contempt of up to 6 months in jail and a $500 fine. I think I'd informed the department that if all the people are wishing to participate in the proceedings need to have their cameras on. However, if you just wish to view it, you can go to the YouTube channel. So please do turn your cameras on. Disables, could you please turn your camera on? Mr. Berger, who is bald red Vriden. Bad Vrelden. All right, Balridin, this is your last chance.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I do believe that is the name of juvenile I'm representing's father.
Okay. That's fine. He just has to have his cameras on. I don't mind him being here. He has to have his camera on, though.
I think this is Judge Kim's Halloween costume, maybe.
Go ahead and remove him then. Looks like he either removed himself or joined the camera. All right. So we're going to start with Bazan. John Bazan. Is that you, John?
Yes.
All right. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and have to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. For the purpose of this hearing, we've appointed Mr. Gladstone as your attorney. Mr. Gladstone, can you introduce yourself? He's not here. All right, Mr. Berger, I'm going to ask you to fill in for Mr. Gladstone today. Mr. Houston, did you want to say something?
Yes, client's grandma was involved in a minor car accident. She was on her way to the hearing.
Okay.
So.
Is she okay?
Yes, she's fine.
Okay, that's the important part. All right. So, John, so you're 14 years old. You were first brought here back in August for an unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. You're placed on probation. And 2 weeks, well, while you have a pending case, you get arrested for evading arrest, as well as a theft of property and an unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. You're placed on probation September 14th, so exactly 1 month ago. And then yesterday you were brought in. See, according to police, on October 15th, there's a felony stop for a stolen vehicle. During the investigation, they identified you, and there's an active warrant for criminal mischief. You're seeing on August 8th. That predates the original offense. They were dispatched for a runaway offense. When they were recovering a runaway female, they made contact with her boyfriend, which is you. You gave the wrong name at the time. Wrong name. You're upset that girlfriend was in custody and threw rocks at the police vehicle, causing damage. When the police were leaving, you approached the vehicle and punched the passenger side window twice. Since they had a female in custody, they did not arrest you at the time, but then they issued a warrant. The damages to the vehicle was $301.58. So back in August, we gave you a drug test, you're positive. This time we brought you in, you refused a drug test. Mr. Bazan, I think you need to understand that a refusal of a drug test, I just assume you're positive for cocaine, heroin, LSD, everything. All right? So that's, at this point, that's the presumption that I have, that you're using every drug on the surface of this planet. And so since you're on probation using drugs, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you. Brianna Carrera. All right, Brianna. I was hoping I wouldn't see you again. You understand your rights. We've seen each other many times before. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And you have a right to a hearing every 10 days if I keep you here. All right, Brianna, let's see what's going on. You just turned 17 this week. You're on probation for engaging in organized crime and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. So yesterday you turned yourself in. See, on October 9th, we received a report from Arlington Police that they were called to a drive-by shooting at kids, and the kids returned fire at the Chula Vista Apartments in Arlington. They saw a parked vehicle with bullet hole damage. The first witness said they were going home when they heard gunshots. She saw a 14 or 15-year-old Hispanic male holding a silver handgun. She noticed because he was the only one outside. She said he hid behind some vehicles, noticed a black car, ran toward it. He then heard some more shots, saw the black vehicle speed off. Second witness said that he and his girlfriend were watching TV when a projectile came through the window, hitting his TV stand. There were 3 small kids in the apartment, but not in the bedroom. Third witness says he was with the suspect and 2 other Hispanic males when a red Mustang convertible driven by Brianna pulled up. It says Hispanic male got out of the car shooting in their direction. And this is when they shot back. All right, Brianna, you and I, you know me well enough. Let's see. We give you a drug test and you're negative, which is good. So yeah, so I know you moved out of county, but you kept on coming back. I guess you got a job here in Tarrant County and going to school here. And your parents wanted to move because they felt like it was good for you to be out of Tarrant County. But that was part of the deal, is that you said you were going to leave Tarrant County already, and you're still coming back. And so you've been through enough of my detention hearings, so you know what my policy is when there's guns involved, especially when guns are used and people are shooting. And so I feel like you're a danger to yourself and the community. I'm going to go and detain you. Yes, Brianna.
Could I talk to my lawyer, please?
I'm sorry?
Could I get a separate meeting with my lawyer, please?
No. I mean, you can talk to your lawyer anytime you want, but that's not going to change my mind. I'm going to detain you because you're getting involved with people with guns. I do not believe that kids should be around guns unsupervised. That's a decision that you made, allegedly. And so I've been very consistent. You and I have known each other for about 2 years now, it seems like. And this whole time, the whole time, every time I come across a kid with a gun, the initial reaction for me is to detain them to make sure that things are safe. Things are not safe with you. Yes.
Miss Joanna told me that in the report they said I didn't have a gun.
Yes, but you were involved. A witness identified you as a driver in carrying somebody to a shooting and then driving off, right? So somewhere along the way, decisions were made, and there are consequences to decisions. If you thought for a second that I'm going to change my mind on how I feel about kids with guns, I'm not going to change my mind. As long as I'm the judge of this court, anytime kids have guns unsupervised by a responsible adult, I'm detaining them. That's not going to change. Yes.
Could I let Mr. Adler know if he could talk to me after?
Yeah, he can call you, Mr. Adler. You can call and talk to her while she's in her detention.
Judge, I'm not trying to hold up the detention hearings. Brianna, I will see you in person in the next couple of days. I don't want to talk on the phone. I'll come see you. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Adler, is your last one or you got more?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
I know you have things in Dallas, so please feel free to go about your business.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Jeremiah Hash.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Hash, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. We've appointed Miss Ables as your attorney. Miss Ables, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hey, Jeremiah.
Okay, do you see Miss Ables? Do you see her waving at you in the blue shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you do have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. You have a right to every 10 days while you're here. All right, Jeremiah, so you're 15 years old. See, you were previously brought here in June for unauthorized of a motor vehicle, which the DA gave deferred prosecution. Well, here's my question. So, Ms. Peters, did we not give him a UA when he got brought in here?
They just said that he denied it, so we haven't gotten one.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Hash, here's my thing. When a child denies or refuses to take the urinalysis, I just assume you're positive for everything. Weed, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, LSD, peyote, you name it. I'm assuming you're using it because why else would you be denying or refusing to take the test? All right, so going from here, you're on DPP and you're using drugs. So on October 15th, you're referred by Fort Worth PD. Ms. Peters, was it on 10, the same date? Do you know?
On 10, 15, 20. It was on the same day. It was okay. Early in the morning.
Early in the morning. Police ran a license plate through the NCIC. Showed it to be a stolen vehicle. So they did a traffic stop. Vehicle pulled over. And they did a felony stop. Driver of the vehicle was identified as Jeremiah Hash. And they confirmed this vehicle is stolen. There's one other passenger. Oh, that's the other one that refused a drug test. John Bazan. Okay, the owner of the vehicle was contacted. She made the scene, said nobody had permission to drive her car. So Jeremiah was placed under arrest for UUMV. So you're on DPP for a stolen car. You're in a stolen car with another kid who's on probation, which is also a violation of his probation. And Let's see. Mom says there's no problems at home. On the day of this offense, Jeremiah was given permission to go to the skate park and come home. He's been obeying curfew. The only place that he goes is to the skate park. So, all right, so Mom, you're here?
Yes.
All right, so Mom, my question is, do you know how he ended up in the stolen car?
I really don't, and I'm still confused of how he got to it. Is it your friend's family, or you just decided to find some more keys?
Right.
Don't answer her.
Mom, what kind of drugs do you suspect him using?
Marijuana, if he is. That's what he used to do. And so if he is, that would be the one. And since he refused the drug test, I'm assuming he did.
Would you like us to give him a hair follicle test?
You can, but I mean,
would you
really,
like
it's probably just marijuana.
Would you like us to? Would you want to know if he's using anything else?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and give him a hair follicle test. And so that'll go back probably about 6 months.
Okay.
Keep using other things too. It's good for all of us to know.
Yeah.
You do what's best for your son. All right. So here's my thing: is he just seems to be obsessed with other people's cars.
He has DDMD, which is a compulsive disorder type thing, which he's been to Millwood, which I plan to probably send him again. And he's been to the Excel Center twice, which is an outpatient, which if he goes to Millwood, if he don't go there, he'll probably go there.
Right.
So.
Well, so Mom, here's my problem. All right. This is a felony level offense, so I can't send him to TJJD. That used to be called TYC, right, which is basically prison for kids. And they would keep him there until he would be rehabilitated. So all his issues go away, so he stops reoffending. So it's simple. Like he can either be at home and stop taking people's cars, or he can go to TJJD all the way to his 19th birthday, and hopefully at that point he stops taking people's cars, right? So this is really up to your son, up to Jeremiah. You know how this works out. So, has he been on electronic before, Miss Peters?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, Mom, this is what I want to do. I'm going to go ahead and keep him here for now. We'll get him because he has his mood disorder. Is he on medication right now?
He has medication, but he takes it very rarely.
Did you bring it with you?
Yes, I have him in the car.
Right.
Because I figured he was not coming home tonight.
Okay, well, I guess I'm consistent. So make sure, let's go ahead and give the prescription to Ms. Peters. He's going to have to take his medication.
Yes.
As prescribed. And if he gets to level 1.
On the bottle, it says twice a day. But his doctor, because he wasn't taking it, they took him down to once a day.
Okay,
so probably need to get doctors to rewrite that.
Well, I think Ms. Peters can do is we can call the doctor.
Okay.
They can tell us. Ms. Peters, is that correct?
Yeah, or they may not give the information to me. She might have to call the doctor.
Oh, we can do it together.
Okay. That's true. Yeah, so we just want the prescription as the doctor's prescribing it. And so once he gets to level 1.0 and he holds it for 72 hours, I'm willing to let him go. Now, I'm going to let you know, Jeremiah, you cannot get to level 1.0 unless you're taking your medication as prescribed. If you're refusing to take it, then you'll hit some points. They'll dock some points away. So you've got to take your medication. And as long as you're behaving, then we'll go ahead and give you a chance to get out on electronic monitor. But if you're not going to behave here, then I know you're not going to behave at home. There's no point in releasing you at home. Okay? So, Jeremiah, I'm putting the ball in your court. It's your decision whether you're going to follow the rules or not. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr.
Judge, I think that's my last one.
Yep. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, you would like the hair follicle test too?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And then when it comes back, if it's positive, go ahead and get a DTA to me.
Okay.
Judge Kim, this is Richard Gladstone. I just got on late. Have you handled the case yet?
Yes, Mr. Berger pinched it for you.
Okay, I just got the notice late.
No, not a problem at all. Is that the only thing you had today, Mr. Gladstone?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Well, you're welcome to stay or you're welcome to leave.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody mention it. Nobody even talk about it. Don't even mention it. Ronald McDonald is not here.
All right, so we have Paris Heath. Are you Paris?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Paris. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Newman as your attorney. However, he is unable to make this court setting. And so Mr. Berger is going to go ahead and cover for your attorney. Mr. Berger, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, can you see me?
Paris,
I have
can you
giant
see
books
Mr. Berger?
behind
He's the one
me.
with the
Can you
library.
see me? My name is Mr. Berger. These are giant coloring books that I learn about law from. I'm sorry. I can't get over the size of the books behind Mr. Berger.
The books behind his head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so Paris, you are 16 years old, and you've never been here before. So, see, Everman PD brought you in. They're saying that yesterday about 1:30 in the afternoon, they responded to a domestic. They went with your mom, who said that you were upset when the Wi-Fi stopped working while you're doing your schoolwork. So you started damaging things.
Okay, well, I think we all have damaged something when the Wi-Fi stopped working in our house. Already, I am on her side.
Around the house. Got into an argument with your mom, and they started cussing at your mom. Then your mom slapped you in the face to discipline you. Then you continued to damage things in the house. Mom went to go help. When she came back, she tried to come in the house, but you were holding a large knife screaming, "This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted." So she was in fear of being cut or stabbed, did not go in the house. Then you locked her out of the house and started throwing things out the window. Police had to kick in the door, and you're arrested. Is Mom here?
Yes, Your Honor. Father and the mother.
Okay. Is somebody in the... Okay. Y'all mind in that parent, the small courtroom, if you can angle that down? Kind of the juvenile's parent text is blocking out their face. All right, oh, thank you very much. All right, so your mom and dad, are you all still together? Are you all separated?
We're divorced.
You're divorced. Okay. Well, I'm very glad to see both of you here. So tell me what's going on with Paris. Is this a one-time deal, or is this kind of escalating behavior?
Here recently, it's been escalating. I know a lot of her issue was I have my 17-year-old son living there, and she doesn't like it that he's there. It's her brother. But yesterday, I don't know why she flipped out, but she had went over to my sister's house and to my daughter's apartment.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to interrupt you. So the people who are just watching and observing, I'm going to ask you to turn your cameras on. If you want to observe, you can go to YouTube. But otherwise, please turn your cameras on, or I'm going to remove you from the Zoom session. Thank you. All right, Mom. So please continue.
And she was complaining that the Wi-Fi was messed up and she needed to do her schoolwork, but she hasn't been doing her schoolwork. She'll do it.
All right, Paris, this isn't your time to talk. All right? Let her finish her sentence. So, Mom, go ahead.
She'll do her work one day and then she'll go days without doing any of it. We did recently move from Arlington to Everman. And the first week I was waiting on registration. And when I finally got that situated, I went and picked up their Chromebooks, but she hasn't logged on to do any work for Everman.
There's no Wi-Fi.
And you know what? I've heard enough. So, Mom, Dad, I'm very glad you're here. I really don't like her attitude. And so if she's going to have this attitude, she's just going to stay here until she fixes her attitude. All right? So we'll see her in 10 days and see what her attitude's like then. Give her a chance to fix it. So she can sit down. She can sit down. Why don't you bring her back here? Hey, security control. I know you didn't leave her in the room by yourself. I need someone from JPD.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Let me fix this first.
Hey, Judge Kim.
Yes. She needs to come back.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay. Yes, Dad.
Yes, sir. They recently moved, and as her mom was saying, her brother got a girlfriend that just had a newborn baby. Don't none of my girls get along with the girl. They tell me my baby girl don't even live with the mom. She stayed with her older sister right across the street. So from what I've been hearing, it's a bunch of tension between the brother and the girlfriend. So before this happened, they was in Arlington probably about not even a good month ago.
Look, I know I think you're overanalyzing this. I think her attitude sucks, right? I understand she's a 16-year-old girl and there's problems, I mean, we're all changing. We all have attitude problems at that age, but this is really, really bad. So I'm not really going to tolerate this. Stephanie, go ahead and put it from now on for Ms. Heath. We're only going to do in-person hearings. I'm not going to give her this opportunity anymore. At this point, I think we just need to bring her into the courtroom. So Mom and Dad, let's go ahead. I'm going to see. Mr. Berger, you are not. Do we have any attorneys that are physically here in the courthouse today? Okay. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and schedule this. If we can find an attorney that will physically be here. Well, no, actually, we don't need one because Mom and Dad are here. So, okay. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to have an in-person court proceeding on this detention hearing after the student session is done. All right, so Mom, Dad, if you want to step back in the waiting room, and then we're going to go ahead. All right, Paris, going to let you know, you do not walk out on me. All right, this is a court proceeding. This is a process. I hope you understand that at this point, you are looking at up to 20 years in incarceration because of this. All right, so if you think it makes your situation better by walking out and disrespecting me like that on the person who decides whether or not you do 20 years in prison, then you are wrong. You need to understand that. This is not your world. It's not like we're just living in it. It's not about you. It's about everyone else that you're affecting by your poor decisions. So we're going to go ahead and excuse you for now, and then we're going to have an in-person court proceeding where you can look me in the face and talk to me that way. All right, Mom and Dad, you can go ahead and wait in the waiting room, and we're going to take care of this. All right, so the next one is Jalen Sparks. Paris, if you think you're still impressing me, you're wrong. Mr. Koye, please turn your camera on. All right, Priscilla Villa, please stop moving around. I don't know if you're in a Walmart or something, but all I see is ceiling.
You have to adjust your chairs to get open.
All right, this is still a court proceeding. All right, so Mr. Sparks. Are we on Jalen Sparks? All right, Mr. Sparks, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Let's see. Mr. Adniji is your attorney. Did I see him earlier?
I showed up, Judge.
All right, good morning, Mr. Adniji.
Good morning.
All right, so Mr. Sparks, you were brought in on a warrant from Judge Porter that you were supposed to go TYRC. And you left to ARC, so that's why we brought you in here. And let's see, that's back in May. Let's see what's more recent. Oh yeah, you're upset because your girlfriend refused to have sex with you. And so you brought other girls to fight your girlfriend. So,
What? Excuse me, what? No. Oh, son. Let me tell you a little something about what would happen if a guy either If somebody approaches you girls to come and fight their girlfriend because they won't have sex with them, and you go, we have a really big problem. We might have seen this kid already in one of our other hearings, not today though. I am stunned right now. No means no. Consent is about more than just your cock and the government. So that's how it goes. Um, Basically, what's happened here is the kid was brought in because he got girls to come fight his girlfriend who wouldn't have sex with him, supposedly. Let's just go back a moment and listen to this and we'll see what's happening here. Also, all of this is unacceptable, obviously.
Oh yeah, you're upset because your girlfriend refused to have sex with you. And so you brought other girls to fight your girlfriend. And said, all right, so then you went, got a gun, pointed it at somebody's face. They believed that you were actually going to shoot them. Apartment people heard a gunshot and a photo lineup. And so we detained you. You were positive for weed. This is while you had a pending case. And then you're level 2. So not only do you get arrested for an offense involving a gun, now you're being detained. You're not even level 1-0. So I'm not going to let you go. All right, we'll see you in 10 days. Hopefully you get your level better.
Love you.
Felicity Willingham. Mom, thank you for being.
I don't know if the love you was super appropriate there. Can I get some of the dads in the chat to talk about? I mean, this is so stupid. Like, oh, she's back. Oh no, she's back. Oh God. Oh my God, this day. Oh, oh, I'm having a hard time with it all. Listen. No means no. You can say no. You can. If a girl or a guy says no at any point in time, I don't care if they've let you do the most intense, crazy things to them a million times before, 4 minutes before, 3 seconds before. If the words stop come out of their mouth and they want you to stop, you must stop. That's the rule. Like, consent is about more than just your cock and the government. You have to be really. It's crazy to me. Like, I don't know how do you what do you teach a child to make them think that's the way to do that to begin with? Arbitrary hubris. I should have assigned everybody 500,000 points. We'll check and see if they've come already. Let's continue on with this absolute, just atrocious day of hearings. Yeah, you kick them in the balls. You can also take 2 hands like this, very gently, if you happen to have access to balls. And then what you do is you take both of them and you rip them apart like that. I mean, if you have to.
Being here.
Thank you.
All right, so Felicity. Is that you, Felicity?
She's here.
Okay. Hello, Felicity. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid gets brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You are 14 years old, and you just turned 14 3 days ago. All right, so Ms. Nicoya is your attorney. Ms. Nicoya, can you introduce yourself so she sees you?
Hello, Felicity.
Okay, do you see your attorney? All right. Okay, so Felicity, you were here in June for evading arrest and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which you were placed on probation for. Let's see. On October 4th, you left the house. Mom found out that you were having contact via Instagram with a young man that you had run away with before and you were not to have contact with. So the police found you at his home. So actually, I have a question. Ms. Castillo, did we not give her a drug test?
She was unable to provide a sample, Your Honor. I would also add for the court, I received a document a minute or two prior to coming into court of an outcry as well.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start this process. Mom is not here?
She indicated she would be. I don't see her, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and detain you. All right, Felicity. Ms. Marino is gonna come and talk to you, ask some questions. I need you to be forthcoming with her. If you're not open and honest and forthcoming with Ms. Marino or her staff, I'm just gonna keep you here. All right, I'm concerned about your safety, the safety of others. So it's really, if you want to get out, we need to get a drug test from you to see what you're using. I'm gonna let you know, if you don't give us a drug test, we're just gonna take a hair sample. So we'll find out one way or another. All right, so it's easier just to give up a drug sample. And then when Ms. Marino comes and talks, she sits down and talks, you need to be open and honest with you. If you're not, then that's just gonna make you stay here longer. All right, thank you, Felicity. Did you have the victims sheets that they drop off to Judge Terry? Victims assistance? Can you ask Patrice to bring over the victims report for Terry's courtroom? All right, so we have Mohammed Ahmed. All right, Mr. Ahmed, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here 10 days, so I need to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you get to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You've been here 10 days, you're level 2 outstanding, so you're not level 1, so I'm detaining you. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Victor Alvarado.
Judge,
Yes.
may I be excused from
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Sorry, he made it simple for us.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
Oh, you too.
Donna, might be excused as well.
Yes, Ms. Nicoya. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Alvarado, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. Where is he? There he is. All right.
The movie I'm talking about was called Hard Candy. It is, I think it might be a horror, like realistic horror movie, but it's probably as an actual genre. It's hard to explain without ruining it because the whole movie is just like the whole thing. But I will give a warning if you watch it and don't like it, I told you so. But yeah. There's another movie I have that I can recommend, but that is the only movie I've ever literally fallen over in shock from. It's the only time in my entire life. Hard Candy was violent. Yeah, it was pretty violent, I guess. But the other movie I'm talking about, it was even more so, and it's on YouTube. But I recommended it to a friend once, and she phoned me the next day, and she was like, "Fuck you. That was rough." I was like, "Oh yeah, sorry. You don't want to talk about it?" But yeah, Hard Candy was better. It was like a movie. The other one I'm talking about is a documentary. So
You've been here for 10 days, so you get to see me, and I have to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, then you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. All right, so Victor, let's see. just turned 17. You're level 1 outstanding, which is good to see. Because you understand, if you drop below level 1, I'm going to house you downtown, right, at 17 years old. All right, so I need you to be an example for the other kids back here, a positive example. All right, so you're on probation for burglary of a habitation. And then, let's see. No, this is the one with the truck. That's right. According to the affidavit, victim and another male were walking when Victor identifies a shooter and the driver of a silver truck. And after being shot, both men ran to the victim's grandma's house, where one of the victims realized he was shot in the leg. Called to address, later identified the victim's grandmother's home. Other male that was present left before the police could get there. Interviewed by the police, they indicated they knew the driver of the truck because they went to the same school, could not identify the shooter. So police called the number and they got the name of Victor Alvarado as a driver. So the police told mom he was being investigated for a shooting. The truck was towed and impounded. And then the mother told the police he was already arrested. And so he was in detention. All right, Ms. Garcia, I'm trying.
Your Honor, he had the offense that's listed first on the offense report is an out of custody that came in. This offense occurred on the same day as the murder charge, 2 hours prior the murder occurring.
So when did this? So we've already gone through this then, right? On the out of custody.
This is the first time he's appeared before the court for discuss the out of custody. That's
out of custody referral.
Yes.
All right, so then let's go back on the murder case. Police were dispatched for a shooting. When they got there, they saw an unresponsive male who was a gunshot wound to the chest. Shooter left the scene, but they gave a description. And this is the one. Is this the one involving the basketball game?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's right. Out in the front yard, escalated, trying to go away. Somebody from a truck shot, and the gunshot victim died in the front yard. I think dragged into the kitchen. And then now, evidently, right before that, there was another shooting involving you. So, all right. So, Victor, here's the thing. On this case, I'm not going to release you. I believe you're a danger to the community as well as to yourself. All right. Now, you've been here for a while on the murder charge. Now you're being held on the aggravated assault charge. I'm keeping you in our juvenile detention facility because of your age and the offense, nature of the offense. But tell you what, if you drop under level 1, I'm going to house you downtown. All right. So every day that you're here, you're earning your keep in our detention facility. Okay. All right. So I understand on this one, then, this is Mr. Youngblood.
Sir.
Did you get the additional discovery yet, or are you going to wait for that, or you need to wait for that as well?
I have not gotten the additional discovery on the aggravated assault case. I have talked to the detective, and that on that case, there's a self-defense issue.
Sure.
Even the police acknowledge.
On the murder or the ag assault?
The ag assault, Your Honor. However, the murder case might have guns on both sides, some of which were then hidden after the murder victim was killed. And I think that the police acknowledge that's possible, but they certainly didn't find it.
Well, you got your work cut out for you.
Yes, sir. There's also the possibility of a certification. I talked to Mr. Boneberg. They're still thinking about it. I've forgotten if this is Mark's or Kevin's case, but Kevin's going to have to be involved in that decision.
Sure.
They have not made it yet.
Right. So Mr. Reed or Mr. Haynes, I don't know which one is taking notes on this one. Can we try and get the discovery for the ag assault as soon as possible? Because what I don't want to do is proceed on a trial on the murder, because that one's, Mr. Youngblood's had that case for a while, and this child's been here for 130 days. So when you kind of make some progress, I just kind of want to catch up and not wait for the discovery if we don't have to. Is that fair enough?
Yes, Judge.
Hey, y'all, honestly, y'all may not even have it yet. If you can just kind of do a check to make sure if you do have it to release it to Mr. Youngblood.
It could be it could have been released this week, because I haven't checked.
Yeah.
But I'll check in a few minutes.
And it's
Also,
entirely,
his mother is very concerned about the length of time this is taking. Of course, this has to do with COVID and not much else. But she may want to address the court.
all right, okay. Yeah, so of course, the state may not even, I recognize y'all may not even have the discovery yet. Just, if you can just check to make sure that what you do have is released. Mom, did you have a concern? I'm concerned. I don't want him here this long. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure your son gets a fair trial. And if I rush a trial just to keep him out of here, I don't want to take the risk of him being wrongfully convicted, right? And so, because this is so serious. So I'm kind of balancing the negative effects of being in detention versus the negative effects of not getting a fair trial, right? And trust me, I do not like kids here. I'll tell you what, on murder cases, really, the part where I really start pushing everyone hard is at about 6 months, right? At about 180 days. That's the part where I stop giving the attorneys excuses and say, we just need to go ahead and have this trial. If it's not like a murder case, usually it's about 4 months, okay?
I have a legal procedural question that's really court specific.
Sure.
The court appointed me an investigator recently. Can that investigator work on both cases?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Not a problem. And because they're different fact patterns, I expect you to come back and ask for more money quickly.
Probably.
So I don't mind. Just go ahead and get that to us, and I'm happy to authorize additional funds.
I just didn't know if you wanted me to file another motion for the investigator on a different cause number.
No, just keep it on the more serious offense.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And that's going to take however long that takes too.
Right.
'Cause I have to get her the information, and then she has to go start talking to people who don't want to talk to her.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mary Angeles Rios Adorno.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Youngblood.
Yeah, have a good day.
Thank you too. All right. So she's level 3, so she can't waive. Oh, we are?
Present. She's present.
All right. Mary Angeles, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You have a right to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Actually, it's not a right. You're required to. And so it's been 10 days. And just to review the case, you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney is Mr. Brad Shaw. Is Mr. Shaw here?
He contacted me yesterday and said he wouldn't be able to make it today.
All right. So Mr. Berger is going to step in. Mr. Berger, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, can you see me?
Mary Angeles, can you see the man?
What?
Can you see the man with the books behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's Mr. Berger. He's going to be here as your attorney to make sure I don't trample over your rights. All right, so you were unsuccessfully discharged from placement from Iowa. You commandeered a truck with a boat attached, and there was a police chase. You ran the truck and boat into a crop field. You were found to have violated terms of your probation, ordered to complete residential treatment at Lake Granbury Youth Services. All right, so are we just waiting in bed at Lake Granbury?
Yes, sir. I talked to admin this morning. They said they just told me this morning they won't have a bed until the first week in November.
All right, so Ms. Alexander, what is she on probation for?
For assault on public servant.
You know what? Okay, and you said when does Lake Granbury expect to have?
No, they told me the first week in November. They didn't give me an actual date. They just said the first week in November.
November. And when did Judge Porter modify her probation? October 1st?
October 1st, yes, sir.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Mary Angeles, I'm not gonna play around with you. You're level 3. That is, when I say unacceptable, I'm not saying that like a teacher talking to you, that's unacceptable. I'm telling you, I am not going to accept that, all right? So I have until October 31st to modify your probation, right? And now you can look at TJJD as an option. You've already had the hearing on the motion to modify. So if you don't get your act together and get to level 1, you're going to TJJD. All right, you're not getting Lake Rayberry. You're not getting any other chances. I'm just done with you. So either get your act together and behave and do what you're supposed to do, or go to TJJD. It's that simple. Get your act together, young lady. All right, Juan Valenzuela. Yes, oh, we're done. I'm like, in my mind, I'm done with this girl. I'll give her a chance if she gets her behavior level up. Otherwise, I'm washing my hands. All right, Mr. Valenzuela, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And you have a right to have a hearing every 10 days while you're here. You're 17 years old. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding, because you understand if you're not level 1 outstanding, I'm going to keep you downtown, right? Okay. So right now, let's see. Let me go over this. So in September, there was an adjudication disposition hearing, which was continued till November 2nd. Because on that day, you were given UA, you've tested positive for marijuana. So you had a pending case and you're smoking weed. So then it turns out that you were self-snitching on Instagram with drugs, money, and guns. And so, let's see, you were placed on DPP twice, for the second time back in April. So they filed a petition on July 24th, and that is for which offense?
Terroristic threat.
Terroristic threat, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so October 12th, we were told by Fort Worth PD that you had a warrant for your arrest for an aggravated robbery. The warrant issued on September 16th. You know the date of that offense, alleged offense?
Your Honor, I sure don't know. The Detective Sims was supposed to send me most of that information, but all I got was the warrant, the copy of the warrant.
Well, the copy of the warrant should allege the date of the offense.
Let me see here. All it says is the signature was the 16th day of September. Let me see. There's no bag robbery.
It doesn't include the PC affidavit, Judge.
Oh, okay. Are y'all aware, Mr. Reed or Mr. Haynes?
I'm not, Your Honor.
I was made aware of the warrant by Mr. Landon, that it's now active.
Right. I mean, I just don't know if it's a warrant for an adult case or a juvenile case. That's my question.
It's my understanding it's for an offense committed after he turned 17.
All right, Mr. Landon, if you can ask the officer for the affidavit.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, Mr. Valenzuela, I'm detaining you. The thing is, if this is something that occurred after your 17th birthday, on or after your 17th birthday, then you have an adult case, which is a lot more serious than the juvenile case. You're looking at the 5 to 99 or life. So just let you know. So the terroristic threat here is not a big deal compared to that. So we'll find out, Mr. Landon. Yes, sir.
Aggravated robbery.
Yes. I don't know anything about it other than the Fort Worth PD is saying they have a warrant for you for aggravated robbery, and you can do life in prison for that. Okay. So I don't know anything else. I just know that Fort Worth PD is telling us you have a warrant. So I'm just going to hold off. I'm going to detain you for now, all right, because not knowing what's going on. But if it's an adult case, I'm going to let you know I'm probably inclined to go ahead and send you downtown, because you need to be able to be accessible to your attorney downtown instead of here at juvenile detention. Okay. So I'm not saying, all I know is for right now, I'm keeping you here, but I'm trying to get a little more evidence, a little more stuff to figure out what to do with the case. Okay. All right.
I'll get that information for you.
Yeah, if you get Detective Sims, just go ahead and send you a copy of that affidavit, and if you can bring that to me and let me know, and probably send a copy to Mr. Pearson as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That way he has it. I just don't want to see anything that Mr. Pearson hasn't had a chance to see.
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
I beg your pardon?
May I be excused?
Oh, good. Yes, good to see you, Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
For anybody new here, it's coffee time, and I am in Canada. So that means until I get a PO box and you guys send me the best coffee in your place and I try it, this is what we got. We got Tim Hortons coffee. Also, hi Karen. Thanks for being here. We have a lot of fun in this room. But definitely get used to having things asked of you that don't get asked in many other places, my friend, because we're weirdos.
Ernesto Villa. All right, Mr. Villa, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, decide whether to let you go or keep you here. If I let you go, you have the right to see a judge. If I keep you here, you have a right to see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Let's see. Judge Porter put you on probation for 1 year back in January. In February, you had a new offense out of Dallas County, so I released you on EM. 2 weeks later, you cut off your EM and left home without permission. 2 weeks later, you were found by Grand Prairie Police, taken into custody and brought back here. The next day, you appeared.
Also, just every single time I make coffee in this coffee machine, I have a flashback to the first day I did it. And I asked in the chat specifically, this was even before I had a channel, about how many scoops I needed to put in. And I put in 14 scoops of coffee the first day because I didn't understand. Yeah, I was an adult. I was in my 30s. So I just bought coffee always out until recently, and I put in the 14 scoops. It's like sludge.
Appeared before Judge Porter. Judge Porter asked you to be detained. 2 weeks later, you went in front of Judge Porter. He detained you again. 2 weeks later, you came before Judge Porter for a 10-day, released you on electronic monitor. 3 weeks later, you cut off your EM and left home without permission. And then a couple days later, you came back home. Arlington Police picked you up. So it took you to JPS, Coach Children. Let's see. So I guess you have high medical supervision needs. So we rescinded the directive to apprehend the warrant for you. Then mom says you're high and cussing and threatening her. And then we issued a warrant. Brought him back here. See, detention, refused to take you due to your medical condition. ER was able to stabilize you. So, but we kept the warrant for you. And you were brought here with discharge paperwork. So back in July, I did a detention hearing. Your attorney, district attorney, I ordered you detained and then try to get a CPS referral. Psychological evaluation, 10-day hearing, 10-day hearing, 10-day hearing. And we're looking for placement. So you're here for felony theft in person in unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. All right, Mr. Jennings, where are we on the placement search?
Your Honor, we're still in a placement. We're still looking for a placement. The first place was denied. Our placement unit was continuing to look. Our secondary option was through MHMR's IDD HSC diversion program. I looked into that as well. Unfortunately, there's a 14-year wait for that, so that's no longer an option either.
I must have misheard you because it sounded like you said 14-year wait.
That was a secondary program. If our department was not able to place him, we were also trying to place him through MHMR's IDD service. That was, I looked into that as well. And unfortunately, that is not going to be an option. Hopefully our department will be able to find a placement. It's due to his runaway behavior and his medical condition. We are finding some challenges, but they are still actively looking for a placement.
How long have y'all been looking?
They started looking October 2nd, I believe, is when Judge Porter officially authorized it, and that's when our placement department started looking.
Stephanie, do we have a set? Do you know if we have a setting on him? Mr. Jennings, do we actually have a modification setting for him?
I looked this morning, it had not been reset. On October 2nd, Judge Porter had asked when we would need, and he had planned on asking for it to be, or setting it for late October, but as of this time, I haven't seen it yet.
So, Stephanie, go ahead and set this for final hearing on modification 2 weeks. That gives placement 2 more weeks to find a place. If there's not a place, then there's not a place. But we need to take care of this, all right? He's been here for 84 days, 86 days. We can get to 100 days. And if placement can't find a place, then I don't want to waste anybody's time, all right?
Yes,
and Ernest, I hope you understand what this means. What this means is the other option if there can't be placement is TJJD. Okay, and we just need to get to that point. But I don't want you sitting here without any kind of help, any kind of treatment, counseling, any kind of services. So we need to find a place for you. If we can't find a third party, then that's what TJJD is for. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Kiera Wyatt. You need something? We're just gonna bring that girl in person after. Chris Heath. Yeah, the clown hair. Ronald McDonald.
Oh, no, he didn't. We're going back. I can't believe he just said that.
Third party, playing any kind of services. So we need to find a place for you. If we can't find a third party, then that's what TJJD is for. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Kiera Wyatt. You need something? We're just gonna bring that girl in person after. Chris Heath. Yeah, the clown hair. Ronald McDonald. Yep, that's fine. She'll just stay in that box. Keep, I'm sorry? Oh, I expect it. Okay. But yeah, if we, that's that chair, she can come in and sit in that chair. Just have it that way. All right, thank you. All right, so we're waiting on Miss Wyatt. Oh wait, she's under 14. No, I didn't know that. They didn't mark this on this list. So.
Thank you, Orlando Chiquita.
Hold on a second. All right, so at this point.
Is the kid under 14 to begin with? Thank you so much, Donna. It should be coming here momentarily. I want the, oh yeah, baby. I want that. Oh yeah. Also, if you're new here, we take attendance by hitting that like or dislike button, whichever you prefer. And also, these are detention hearings. Judge Kim's a bit of a jerk. Like, that is on the record. He just called her clown hair on the record. No, what? The story of Kim Jong-il. That is absolutely not what I had on next. Although, personally, that is probably what YouTube thinks I want to watch. That's hilarious. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Give me 1 second. Oh Some days. Some days are really funny. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is something we don't often see, but let's see how it goes. No, YouTube Daddy is not confused. I have an unhealthy obsession with North Korea. Like another one of my things that I'm like obsessed with, weirdly. So I watch a lot of weird North Korea documentaries and also like about submarines and also about like naval ships a lot and gorillas and yeah. I know you're not seeing anything yet. I'm getting it ready. Before it was Judge Kim not Judge Kim Il. God. I need to drink the coffee. Guys, this is a Judge Kim CPS hearing, something that we've never watched together before, as far as I'm aware. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, I guess we're all here. Or do you expect anybody else, or is it just the four of us?
And us.
I think I was expecting, hang on. My client was just going to come back on.
I'm sorry, I had you on mute, Miss Neighbors.
My client was going to jump back on. Let me just make sure.
Wait. Feel comfortable with it? Yeah, I just identify if their signature or not. Let them know the right to assistance from the
Oh
consulate.
God, they use that horrible zoom swap of a camera every time. The whole hearing, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh. Well, it's what we've got, but we're gonna go with it.
Notification. Or regardless, I think. I err on the side of caution just because if we had an American child overseas, I'd want their juvenile court photos.
Perfect chime for word games, I think.
But that's just more prophylactic than anything else. And so, which you did all that. Let them know. Removal, deportation, removal, bar to adjustment, or bar to reentry. Yeah. For the kid's 12. He doesn't get it. Where were they from? Mexico. He wants to be deported.
Yes.
Okay.
By which he included the fact that he was texting his sister and that's the whole reason for the floods taking asylum here.
Oh, they're seeking asylum. Really?
Yes. They didn't say it, but I guess it's
Yeah, so he wants to go back to the gang. Parents are here for safety.
Susie, I'm not sure what case that is.
Yeah, that's only the hiccup.
No.
This is an adult, they'll put a hold on you and then deport you.
Fun. Karen Soto Lopez is in the waiting room.
There you go. I just switching it. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. So,
Yeah, Judge Kim and I would not get along either, probably, but he's always invited to the kitchen, as usual, just like you guys are. So, here's what we're going to do with this one, because it's a little different than normal. And if you're new here, we do lots of different things. This is just the way it is. So, part of what we're going to do is a word game that we're going to have along the side here. It is similar to Wordle, the game where you guess 5 letters. Why isn't it showing up is my question. That's my question. Then I need to turn on. But anyways, that's what I'm going to get going on the side here. We will get the instructions for everybody, but just so you know, that is what we will do. But I will get this playing for us to watch.
CASA contacted me because one of the CASAs will be testifying. Is she allowed to watch on YouTube or not?
So she'll be testifying on the motion for continuance.
She'll be, well, yeah, she can testify to that, to the motion to extend the dismissal date.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the extension dismissal date.
I didn't know if you were taking any testimony for that or you were just hearing argument.
No, y'all are, no, I actually do need evidence on that one. So we'll, yeah, does anybody want to invoke the rule for this CASA on this motion for extension of dismissal date?
My understanding, Judge, was that this was just an argument. It just was like an argument thing by us, which is why our clients didn't have to come back. Was I wrong?
No, well, I mean, it is, but I mean, everyone's entitled to
Yeah.
present evidence as well. I mean, do you want time to get your client on here?
No. But I have something I want to say. I'm sorry, Kim. I believe that I probably misread Texas Rules Civil Procedure 4 this morning. I didn't do that to try to get something I wanted or anything. It was my mistake. And so I did to apologize for that this morning.
Specifically, what are we talking about?
I said we don't count Saturday and Sunday.
Oh.
I believe I read it, but I wasn't doing that to be tricky or sneaky or anything like that. I just misread it.
Oh, okay. Well, we're still hearing it anyways.
Right. I just wanted to let y'all know I wasn't doing that.
Ms. Canoza, you hear that?
Yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
I just need just a couple minutes to notify if we're going to call people in support of the motion to extend.
When you say we.
I mean me.
Okay, yes. Yeah, if you anticipate witnesses for this, then I strongly do that. Okay, just let me know when. I got it.
Yeah, Judge, I'm gonna see who I can get first.
That's fine.
I had told everybody 2 o'clock, so.
That's fine. I'm just reading other things, so I won't be paying attention to the screen.
And last Thursday night at 11:52 p.m., we received by email a blank notice of hearing.
Okay.
For
never mind. This is not good. We did this one already.
Calm myself down.
Right. The only thing you can control is how you react, right?
Oh, we did this one too. Oh my god.
You're going to remove him then.
What one did we do? Did we already do them all?
So now, I'm saying that, but what happens when you go to Care House and you get frustrated?
Oh, we did,
Well,
guys.
only one.
We did. Oh no, wait, this is the one we didn't do yet.
Contact with the victim of the.
I knew I had one left. Also, I can't make the chat or the game work. Sorry. Med check. Good night, Mayor.
What time? 12:47. Damn, I've been here since like 9:50. Gracie needs her.
Yes, Ms. Keller.
Okay, Mr. Gladstone is on his way back.
I'm back, Judge.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gladstone.
How are you?
I'm doing well. We're just waiting on the child.
Okay.
Mr. Gladstone, the reason why we're back is evidently the mother submitted a urine sample that was positive marijuana and that the sister admitted to use.
I understood that from Ms. Kelleher, Judge.
Okay, all right. I just want to catch you up to speed.
Okay.
So as I said earlier, I just want, as long as they're clean, you could go home, but if they're not, then we would have to revisit it. So I appreciate you coming back. We're waiting on a child. Something I do for you? It's the same one where they do for the parents already in there. Oh, the parent will be in the same one. Yeah.
That should have done that. And that's his dad. Yeah. If it's YouTube live.
Papa has more of a say so, like
right.
Voice, because he's a man figure,
right.
And that man's supposed to be a man. They look at us. They look at us like we're stupid whenever we tell them not.
But that's what I'm saying. Why are they? Jason doesn't know that I smoke. It's none of his business. I don't know why they're involving my test with his.
No, and I'm not. Yeah, but they're the way they're thinking.
But that's my business. I do that to my. He don't know.
They want to know.
I'm not trying to tell him.
They just want to know.
Ma'am, this is your son's attorney. If you don't want to say anything more, you don't have to. If I can tell the judge that.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's like Jason doesn't know, that I. But like I said, I done a drug test for CPS before, like last month, and I wasn't trying to lie to him, so I was going to take it. So I'm not trying to.
I mean, if we go back,
he doesn't know that I smoke.
Okay, if we go back into this hearing, he is going to know. The judge's going to let him know. Now,
that's what I'm saying, but it's really not his concern.
Who's here? The judges or your sons?
Right. But it's not his concern that I smoke. That's not, huh?
When you say his, who do you mean by his?
Jason is what I'm sorry.
Well, the judge's concern is that if your son's smoking and you're smoking, then there's a,
No, it ain't from me. I promise you that.
I understand that.
The test.
That's why she don't want
That's
to
why I
let
volunteered
Jason
to
know.
take it. I don't want Jason to know. It's not his
thinks
concern.
If mom does it, it'll be okay.
Well,
If he thinks I do it, he's going to think it's okay for him to do it, and it's
No,
not.
the judge is going to make it clear that there's not going to be any smoking from your end or your daughter's end or his end, because it's very possible the judge is going to kind of hold him until this is all cleared up. But I don't know. We'll see. But
Right.
there's no
That's
really.
what I'm saying. If y'all are.
Hi, Alice. I hope you're doing well. I am having a wonderful evening tonight. I wonder if it's still light out where you are, Alice. Could it be? I hope you're having a wonderful night. That's a special hello just for Alice from Kitchen Court Cases.
Doing this YouTube live, can't y'all do this with his
Yeah,
dad?
Amy, I just did all that nice stuff.
Well, you showed up.
Also, I could be here, but
he listens more to his daddy because that's
because he listens to his daddy a lot more than he listens to me. He's a big. That's what I'm saying. I could be here and his daddy could be there on.
I'm no expert, but I'm assuming that.
I'm sorry. I hope Alice isn't actually quite listening right now because I got some words. What is mom talking about? Oh, Susie, you're in Australia? I am also in Victoria, but I am in Victoria, Canada. But sister cities, I think. Um, and yes, it's total daylight up in Alaska for Amy. This mom needs to be quiet. The lawyer was trying so hard to get her to be quiet. Her friend, even, or whoever that person is with her, realizes, I can't believe this. I can't believe we almost missed this.
If your husband wanted to zoom in, they could find a window for him.
That's what I figured, but I didn't. It's fine. I guess we'll just do what we're here to do.
All right. So
I just
Jason,
don't
you're
want
here.
him knowing all my business because then, like I said, if he thinks I smoke, it's okay for him, and it's not.
No, it's not. Y'all gonna have to work through this.
That's why I offered to do. I mean, that's why I agreed to do the test when he asked me, and like I said, I did it for CPS.
I think the judge is back on now.
Okay,
I'm here.
I'm good.
All right. So Jason, we're back here on this detention hearing. We're just continuing your same rights as I explained to you earlier.
Yes, sir.
Still apply.
Yeah.
So, Jason, here's the deal. So what I had said last time was that if I'd be willing to release you on electronic monitor with random urinalysis, and that you could not have any contact with the victim of the burglary of a vehicle. But this was also contingent on your mom and your sister testing clean, right? Now, here's the deal. We gave a drug test to your mom, and your mom tested positive for marijuana, and your sister admitted to using marijuana, right?
See, I
So
don't know that.
here's where we're at now, all right? Mom, my question for you is,
Yes, sir.
why did you lie to me?
What do you mean?
When I asked you, I was like, is there any marijuana use in the house? You said
Because
no.
I told you he doesn't know, and I'm not trying to answer you in front of him.
All right, so
It's not my best choice. I'm saying
It's embarrassing to be in front
do you not understand where you are? Like you're in a courthouse,
yes, sir. I know, but you don't
and you understand I'm wearing a robe, right? Like I'm
Yes.
actually the judge.
actually. No, I can't see it, but yes, I understand.
So in your mind, you thought it was a better example to teach your son it's okay to lie to a judge.
No, not really, because he don't know that I smoke marijuana.
Well, he knows that you smoke marijuana. He knows that you lie to judges.
Well, now, thank you for letting him know that I smoke marijuana, but
Well,
yeah,
thank you for lying to the judge.
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't make yourself the victim on this one.
I know.
all right?
I don't know what it's.
Well, you are making yourself victim because you're blaming me for
No,
the
I'm
fact
not
that
blaming you. No, I don't mean to blame you. I'm sorry.
because you're saying that your son doesn't know, but
Yes.
you understand that if there's behavior that you're engaging in that you're not proud of or you don't want your son to know, then you probably shouldn't be doing it, right? I mean, that's fair to. I think that's a fair statement. I'm not trying to.
Right.
Be,
I see what you're saying, sir.
yeah, I'm not trying to beat you up like before. I promise you, I'm not. I'm just trying to have a very candid conversation with you. All right. I'm fairly straightforward. I don't play games. When I say something, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. All right. So, Jason, honestly, and Mr. Glass, I continue. It's not about the offense. Jason, you knew your parents smoked weed, don't you?
Huh?
You knew your parents smoked weed, didn't you?
No.
Oh, come on.
I smoked weed with my friends.
Yeah, but you knew your parents smoked weed.
I might have. I don't know.
No, you knew. I mean, okay, look, your mom may have shown you that's okay. It's okay to lie to a judge. I'm telling you, it's not okay to lie to a judge.
She did not tell me to do that.
The more you hide from me, the worse it is for you. The more forthcoming you are with me, the better it works. My goal is to try and help you. Okay, I promise you. My goal is not to punish you. Mr. Glassman will tell you I'm not vindictive. I have a very forgiving memory.
Okay. First of all, the son is smarter than the mom. He immediately knows the right. Do you see him? This is hilarious. This is possibly one of the best Judge Kim hearings we've ever seen. This is, I mean, this is gold. This is absolute gold. So this kid literally knows that he shouldn't know his mom smokes weed. Of course he knows. My daughter knows I smoke weed. She really, of course she knows, but this is legal where I am, so it's a little different. But Also, she keeps talking like like they can't hear her. Like we can hear you, lady. This hearing does need to be its own video. I'm gonna have to actually do it on its own. That's what I'll work on. I feel you, Susie. I'm Canadian, so I'm just lurking in the US court system watching, right? Wow. Yeah, this one like deserves its own video, a breakdown. This is such a crazy, and honestly, the thing I'm most mad about to begin with is that she's wearing a Coca-Cola shirt. I like Coke.
All right. I try and just get past things and get over things. All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
let me go back to mom. My question was, why did you lie to me? I mean, that's the part that bothers me, right? I understand that you're saying, hey, I don't want my son to know, right? And you and I both know, and your son knows, and your daughter knows that your son knows that you smoke weed. I'll tell you how I know, because the whole front of the courthouse smells like weed smoke, right where you're sitting.
Really?
You may not know it, but yes, everyone in the courthouse was talking about how much y'all smell like marijuana.
Ain't nobody smell like marijuana.
Oh, yes, you do.
Really?
Absolutely.
I
You,
haven't
you can,
smoked
you're
in a
probably desensitized to it, but you can ask the bailiffs. You can ask Mr. Remington. You can ask Miss Aguirre. You can ask anybody who walked anywhere in front of you in that courtroom or in that courthouse. They'll. So juvenile probation officer, back there, turn around. Ask
Oh,
him
I
if,
know he's back here.
yeah, ask him if you smell like weed.
Mask on, you can't smell.
Yeah. Everyone knows you smell like weed. Okay. People have been talking about it all morning.
You guys smell like-
So here's the thing, right? It's no secret to me. Now, and so now that we're past there, and you've told me why you thought it was okay to lie to me, let's go ahead and just hit rewind, okay? And let's just go back to the beginning and let's just have a candid conversation. Just you be straightforward with me, I be straightforward with you. Let's put it behind us, okay? I mean, we know what we know. We're not going to pretend that you didn't test positive, but I want to get past that. I don't want to talk about the lying or anything anymore. Let's just move forward. Does that sound fair? Okay, so we hit rewind. We'll start over again. And so here's my concern, okay? And now that you know what I know, which is y'all smell like weed, that's why I know your son knows that y'all smoke. Because if I could smell it, if everyone in the building smells it, Jason, they smell like weed at home, don't they? I mean, you know what weed smells like. I mean, you have a dirty UA. Jason, it's fair to say you smelled weed at home before, haven't you? Jason?
Yeah.
A good job of masking it too, like.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna fault you for other people smoking weed, okay? I'm not putting that on you. I just want to have this kind of conversation. Mom, if you think you've gotten away with us all this time, you haven't.
I haven't been here. This is my first time here.
No, smoking weed at home.
Oh.
If you think you got away with Jason not knowing you smoke weed at home, you haven't. He's known, okay? And the conversation I'll have with you, Mom, is perhaps the fact that if you smoke weed at home, that normalizes that behavior for Jason, okay? You and I both do not approve of 16-year-olds smoking weed. I will tell you, as an adult, that's your decision. There are many states that have legalized marijuana. I'm not passing judgment on you as a person, as a mom, anything like that for the marijuana use. Okay? That's a decision to make. There's consequences to that, and you're willing to accept the consequences. My thing for you right now is for you to tell me, or for us to have a conversation, that perhaps your behavior has normalized it to Jason, that he's found it acceptable because his parents smoke weed, right? This also could be part of the process of why Jason doesn't listen to you, because
It's just me. It's just me. It's not his parents. His
Right.
dad does not do nothing.
Okay. So, well,
He just can't get here because he.
we're not talking about that right now.
Okay.
What we're talking about is your struggle with Jason listening to your instructions. Could be that Jason has a hard time following your instructions and respecting you, showing you respect, because you're in a way being deceitful to him. You're telling him not to smoke weed when you do it yourself, right?
Right.
I mean, as a parent, we have an extra burden, all right? We have an extra responsibility, okay? So this is my concern about this, is that I think, Mom, you've kind of created this situation that Jason has fallen into. Okay? I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm really not. Good decisions come from experience. Experience comes from bad decisions. And I think there were some bad decisions made by Jason, by you. If you ask my wife, I make plenty of bad decisions. Okay, it just happens. My point is that we can take this as an opportunity to go and make good decisions. If your decision is to continue using illegal substances in front of your son, you will lose your son. Okay, you'll probably go to jail. Your son will be in and out of the Kimbo facility. There is nothing good that can happen out of this. Okay? I'm just letting you know up front. It's your decision, but I want to make sure that you're aware of the consequences. All right.
Yes.
So, no, Mr. Gladstone, I'm kind of going to segue right now, knowing Mom's situation. Okay. Now, Jason, this whole thing, watching this discourse with me and your mom, is probably making you very uncomfortable. You've probably never seen anybody talk to your mom this way or in having this type of conversation. But it's a very real and honest conversation. And it's a conversation that I hope you are learning from so you understand, looking forward, that there's certain situations where you just don't want to lie or be deceitful. You know, if this conversation came out much sooner, the situation would be much different. Okay? Right now, your mom is very, very uncomfortable. Your sister's uncomfortable. You don't know what's going to happen to you, Jason. Mr. Gladstone's there saying, well, Judge is going to do what he's going to do, right? And so it's just, everything's playing out really poorly right now when it could have been different if Mom just said, you know what, Judge, I do, but I can stop, right? It's going to be a non-issue. So now that looking forward, my concern here is making sure Jason's on the right path. Okay, that's my number one concern. Okay? It gives me concern that we have parents, and at this point, I'm assuming your husband smokes weed as well.
No.
I don't know if he does.
No.
I don't know if he doesn't. But is it fair to say that I can assume that he does? I mean, given that he smokes, you smoke, you're being deceitful. I mean, you see why it looks bad, right?
Yeah, of course.
You may be, the Pope. But I wouldn't know that. In this situation, it's difficult for me to tell. Okay. So I have this concern about the home that I'm releasing you to. So I need to make sure that things are kind of a safe environment. I do have a question, Mr. Glasson. You can interrupt if you don't approve of this question. But Jason, I just want your honest answer. Is how much weed do you smoke?
I smoke a little bit with my friends every now and then.
Okay, what's every now and then? Just be straight up with me.
Like
before you answer, right? Don't lie to me. And the reason why is because there's a science behind illegal substances. And if you give me fake numbers, I'm going to calculate a fake answer. Okay. So just be straight up with me. The only way you get hurt is if you lie to me. Okay? So how often do you smoke with your friends?
Smoke weed every day.
Like every 2 days.
Every 2 days. Okay. How much do you smoke? How much do you smoke with your friends?
Like 2 blunts, 3 blunts.
Okay, so you get like 2 whole blunts yourself, or you share the blunt with your friends?
With like all of us.
Okay, so about how many grams do you go through?
I'm sorry, 2 whole whats? 2 whole whats? We're going back. Measurement is he using? Oh, this is so cute.
Every 2 days. Okay, how much do you smoke? How much do you smoke with your friends?
Like 2 blunts, 3 blunts.
Okay, so you get like 2 whole blunts yourself, or you share the blunt with your friends?
With like all of us.
Okay, so about how many grams do you go through? I mean,
Judge Kim, they're blunts. Actually, so a blunt, something you have to be careful of in places that have low quality marijuana or illegal marijuana is that oftentimes people smoke tobacco and marijuana together. And the head high that you get from that is really different. And so you have to be careful. Honestly, I think it's hilarious when he asks what size the blunts are. I've been to parties before where people, because I used to manage a dispensary, people would be like, often like, oh, I want to show you some weed, or let me tell you about this weed. And I'd be like, of course, let me taste it. And then people roll these tiny pinner joints. And I'm like, I can't understand it. The problem is I go through too much weed, but my joints are always over a gram at least. That's just how I roll them. But to be perfectly blunt, as Karen says. But again, Judge Kim here is lying because he says there's a formula that I can tell based on how much you say you smoke that how long the THC should be in your body. That's not true. That's absolutely untrue. There is a metabolism burning effect that comes into that's different for every person. There's a quality effect based on the marijuana that you're using. There is a quantitative effect based on the amount of time that you might have been using marijuana. And there's also an effect based on if you are eating it versus smoking it. And so it's really ridiculous for him if this person knew specifically their THC levels, which even I argue in Canada where we have legal marijuana, which I believe has ruined marijuana, but that's a separate story. But the numbers on the package aren't really accurate. I guarantee you, if you were to take a sampling of packages and test them in a mass spectrometer to get the THC levels, you're going to get different ones than the ones that they sent off to be tested. The way that I mean, I used to send weed for testing. You think they send the shitty stuff? No, they send the nice stuff. They send the best bud. Like, duh. And then also, they don't test it every time you send a new batch, except every time you grow a new plant of marijuana, it has the possibility to be different. Not only the possibility, the propensity to be different because of different growing conditions and different any type of external effects. And so the reality is that you are completely in the dark unless you know your grower extremely well. Because the reality is, even testing in a big batch, you're not going to get the same thing from one to one. And so Judge Kim can pretend like you can know if you smoke 80% THC for 30 days that you'll test positive for X amount of days, but that's just not true. I read an article about a guy once who wanted to quit, but also was very interested in his THC blood levels. And so he paid independently for himself to be tested weekly. And for the first, like, I think he was like 3 months, he was over the THC threshold. So they have a minimum number that will trigger the test, and then also a maximum number where they stop counting at this threshold. And he was like at over the threshold for 3 months, even after stopping smoking weed. And finally saw it dropping down, but it took months and months and months of sobriety. And in reality, again, the higher quality pot that you smoke or use, I personally think you have more in your system. Also, the reality about indica, sativa, and hybrid is that everything is a hybrid. The only things that are pure indicas or pure sativas would be considered what's called a land race strain of marijuana. However, if you have one of those, prove it. I bet you don't. Most people don't. Recreational marijuana, even medical marijuana, is not been developed in land races like that. And there are very few pockets of the world anymore that have undeveloped / hybridized or crossed landrace strains. So what that means is that everything that you get is on a spectrum from very sativa-like to very indica-like and into the middle. They're all hybrids of both. And I've said this before, but the main factor of indica and determining whether something is an indica technically is the content of myrcene, which is a terpene, in the marijuana. And so the myrcene percentage, I think, has to be over 0.05% so that you can qualify that as an indica. But again, you do not actually end up with a pure indica necessarily. So the other thing to note is that the reason that so CBD and THC are the two types of things that you get from marijuana for the most part. And what in a land race, in a naturally occurring land race, you will find extremely level amounts of THC and CBD. You will find naturally in the plant occurring, you get very equal levels. And what that means is you actually get very little THC effect, little psychoactivity, much less psychoactivity effect. And so what happened over the last number of years is that growers and dealers working together would grow a strain, grow a batch, and then over time, people would report back, this one made me really high and this one didn't. And over time, the CBD level went way down in recreational marijuana and the THC level went way high because that's the kind of weed that people really wanted to buy. But when you bring those two together and at a level amount, you actually really level out any THC high. So that's the other reason that landrace strains are really not quite popular because they don't get you high the same way that people think they do. Like you think, oh, a pure sativa will get me super duper high, but it just is not. It's not the same. It's going to have a much higher CBD percentage in it. And on top of that, sativa, you can get sativa like effects based on when you cut down a plant. The pistils, the coloring of those is very dependent on all of those different things. And so, again, it really comes down to knowing and having an excellent grower. It is just like when you taste vegetables grown out of somebody's garden that is I think you've got it flipped, Pizza Man. The other way, so sativa is more of what I would call energy. So if you were wanting to get something done during the day, if you needed a little bit of energy or pep in your step, then you might go for a sativa. It's going to be more of um, a revving type of effect. And some people find that comes through as anxiety for them. So you'll find people will say, when I smoke sativas, I get very anxious. It makes my heart race. But again, if you think about that and go into it with the right mindset, I want my heart to race. I need to be revved up. Then actually, it's not as anxiety provoking as much as a daytime smoking pot. Indica, the myrcene content is literally the thing that makes you have couch lock. So couch lock is when you feel like you don't want to get up, your body is heavy, you feel a lot of a body high, and that is created by the myrcene levels, and it is again those are going to be more of you like for if you like to use it for sleep or to forget about certain things. But here's the thing, let's say you are like me, right? So you have a lot of energy, you like to go a lot, you're not necessarily needing to forget things because you have aphantasia, so your brain never sees anything anyways. Well, indicas for me can, like when you get locked on the couch, some people actually find it anxiety provoking to be sitting with their thoughts. And so, really, what you have to find out is what a person is trying to achieve from using the pot in order to give them what they want. Because every experience is going to be different. But what I do explain to people, and one of the ways, if you've never used pot before, but you want to, or you've never like you're not quite sure, if you have CBD with you, and we used to sell this under the tongue CBD spray, it basically negates THC effect. So what that means is, let's say you are, trying THC, and I'm not talking about eating it. I'm talking about smoking or under the tongue, like a tincture. You can literally counter that immediately with CBD, and you will literally be less high. So um, the other thing that people always laugh about, but that is actually very important, and if anybody in your family or anybody you know is dealing with cancer, The Rick Simpson oil treatment has been around for a long time, and it is also known as Phoenix tears. It can be a lot for people, and the general prescription for somebody who's dealing with a cancer would be to take as much THC as you can handle to being high, and as much CBD as you can afford, because CBD is not going to give you any negative effects if you take too much of it. So the main restricting factor is how high can you deal with being during the day. What we and many of my patients ended up realizing is that using suppositories, so a coconut oil based suppository with high dose THC, so like I'm talking 500 milligrams of THC, which would knock most people out. But when you use it in a suppository form up the bum, you actually are bypassing the liver, which is where the psychoactivity of THC is processed. And so you don't get any of those effects. And what that means is that you can get to very high doses very quickly without worrying or dealing with being that high all the time. And so, especially for people that aren't used to it, it is extremely effective because honestly, I've dealt personally with people that had colorectal tumors that were shrunk down from like a size, like a stage 4 to a stage 1 by the before their surgery using the suppositories. So again, it is like the Rick Simpson oil dosage usually when you take it by mouth is a quarter of a grain of rice. But for medical needs, seriously, you can put a whole ton of that up your butt and you get a big effect. So again, if you ever have any questions about that, guys, and you ever want more info, let me know because I do have lots of details on that. And it is a little scary. It's a lot hard to think about, but honestly, like I've had a few friends who I've got on a regimen because it is the safest way to get high dose. It's not for being high though, right? Like that is a medical thing on its own. Getting high is totally separate. But that is especially important for if you are dealing with a cancer because the quicker, the higher the dose, the better is the most important part for that. And absolutely, if you're sticking to cartridges, that's no problem. My advice on cartridges is only this. You need to make sure that if you're buying a cartridge that has distillate in it, which is great, distillate's fine, but distillate has been removed all the strain effects. So there's no flavor or smell to a distillate. And oftentimes they re-add that back in. So what you have to watch out for is if they used food grade terpenes to re-add that back in. So if you get a cheap distillate with a very, very fruity flavor, I bet the likelihood is that they're using food grade terpenes in those. What you want is either a full spectrum type of cartridge or a marijuana grade terpenes. So they're much more expensive and rare, but that is what you want. And yeah, Susie, I heard about that. They're banning vapes in Australia, except for by prescription of a doctor. So, anyways, sorry guys, I totally interrupted there with my weed talk, but and listen, there are lots of strains and brands that do totally good work, but in Canada, one of the things when I managed a dispensary, we had products that were, you know, like full of these food grade terpenes because they are cleared by Health Canada to be eaten, but they've not been checked for being inhaled. And that is the real key that I think. Um, Yeah, I loved working at the dispensary. I managed a dispensary for a long time, and it was great because you really get to help a lot of people. I do agree. I don't think vaping is good for kids, uh, but I do think it's a good option for people trying to quit. he might be dirty for a month smoking an eighth a day or an eighth with 4 or 5 kids. But I mean, like, I smoke an eighth a day easy. 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 If I've got it, I'll smoke more. Plus, my pen, this has like 80% THC in it. Yeah. Oh, I could go on for days about weed. Days and days and days.
You give me an estimate about how many grams do you smoke every other day?
3 or 4.
3 or 4 grams every other day. All right. So and how long has this been going on for?
Like a couple months.
All right. And I'm glad you're being honest with me, because if you had told me different numbers, then this actually could work out really bad for you. So my concern is that you've used enough marijuana that it's going to take about a month to get out of your system. Okay. And because of that, I need to set up drug testing to make sure that you're not using marijuana anymore. Okay? You understand, if I release you, you got to quit the pot. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
You can drop it. I mean, that's non-issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mom, my concern for you is you smoking marijuana, right? Is this something that you can stop doing?
I can, yeah, if it takes, yes.
I'm not saying
It'll be hard, but I can do it, yes.
Because I need Jason to be in an environment where the parent can set example. It would be, like I said, as an adult, I more or less don't care if you smoke weed or not. Okay.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I care only because if Jason has a problem with smoking weed, I cannot put him in an environment where you would be undermining his efforts to stop smoking weed. You understand what I'm saying? I need you to work. We need to, remember earlier I told you the parent and the judge needs to work together to help the child?
Yes.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I need to work with you. Okay. Sister, you said you spend a lot of time there at home, right?
She don't
You
live
smoke
there,
weed.
but she helps her.
Not as much as he said. Like I maybe smoke here and there.
Okay.
Nothing like.
So is it fair to say that if you're around the house, like if you want to come around the house, you have to stop smoking weed?
Right. Of course, to be an example, yeah.
This is not smoking weed at the house. This is you just stop smoking weed while this case is going on.
Yeah.
You can do that. Mom, sister, y'all can do that?
It's gonna be hard, but it's got to be done.
Okay. If it comes out to the point that you can't, that you just need to smoke, then you need to tell Miss Aguirre, right? Because what's going to happen is if I find out that you've lied to me and that you continue to smoke and you haven't told Miss Aguirre that you're smoking, then we come back to that situation where I'm really unhappy because you're lying to me, okay? All right. I'm making decisions for Jason, but part of it is being able to keep him at the house. If I want to keep him in the house, I need to make sure nobody there is smoking weed.
Yes.
Okay. If you have to keep on smoking weed and you tell us, we have good options. If you keep on smoking weed and you don't tell us, they're actually going to be fairly painful options. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can order you to have drug tests. I'm not going to, but I can. Okay. But I'm not going to at this point. I'm going to trust you at this point. Because remember, I told you we're going to stop and rewind. So
Yes.
we're going back and I'm going to extend this trust to you, but I need you to be honest with me. Okay. I need you, if you even smoke a little, you need to tell Miss Aguirre so we can readjust the situation.
Okay.
The worst thing you can do is lie.
Okay.
Jason, this goes to you now. Okay. So, is Mr. Davidson or Mr. Menicon, are y'all listening? Okay, Mr. Menicon.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. Have we started doing the sweat patches again? Are we comfortable with that?
I have to check on that, Judge. I don't believe we've started doing the sweat patches yet. I know that was halted, but I can check and make sure.
Right. Because this looks like we may be lasting because of COVID-19. We may be in it for the long haul.
Right.
All right. Yeah. All right. So this is what we're going to do, Jason. We're going to go ahead and give you a drug test, and we're going to send it to the lab. It's going to get levels. Okay. And it will measure the level of active and metabolized THC in your system.
Yeah.
Then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and bring you in weekly for another drug test, and we'll send those out to the lab. As long as your levels are decreasing every time we give a drug test, then you're doing fine. That means you stop smoking. If you take a hit Possibly, even if you hang around people that are smoking, then what can happen is your levels can go up. If I see your levels of active or metabolized THC go up, then at that point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to
Judge Kim, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Anyways, honestly, the thing about like I definitely had patients who got off of heavy duty opioids by using high dose edibles. Uh, last time I went to Illinois, I had a very hard time finding marijuana. My Tray 5 story. I still got that guy's number though, I'm sure. I know a guy in Chicago. Um, yeah. Taxes are one thing, but the problem is when the government doesn't actually understand what's going on and then they step in. Like in British Columbia, where I'm from, we have had some of the best marijuana in the world, undisputed. Like excellent boutique growing for years and years and years. And the government came in with all these rules that literally eliminated all the small growers. All anybody that had ever done it before basically was almost barred. And all that's resulted in is a very, very, very bad legal market and then a absolute need for a continuation of the gray market, which is not the goal. What they could have done was treat it like a like a winery tours. Like they could have just said like, okay, grow weed like you've already been doing, but now don't worry about it. And the growers would have kept growing the good weed and they would have done it properly and the market would automatically get rid of the bad quality growers and the bad stuff, and that's just the way it naturally works. But instead, if you want to do a grow, like have a company here that grows marijuana legally, it's minimum $500,000 for the paperwork just to do that. And then you have to abide by all these ridiculous rules that really don't make any sense nor make anything safer. We have a rule where you can't sell more than 10 milligrams of edibles in a package. That's the maximum dose, 10 milligrams, okay? That, like, when I had people that were dealing with opioid addiction, those people are on doses around 300 milligrams a day or more. So that person, first of all, they would not even be allowed to buy it. So there's a cap on the amount that they're allowed to buy legally here. They would never be allowed to buy 300 milligrams. It's over the daily allowance. But secondly, price prohibitive. They would have to buy 30 packages of 10 milligrams in order to get to their 300 milligram dose. First of all, garbage, just firstly. Secondly, the getting to that dosage, it's just dumb. It's just pure dumb. And the reason is because they're like, oh, well, kids might get a hold of the candy. First of all, do you know how expensive pot candy is? Nobody gives it out. Nobody's giving it out for Halloween. Nobody gives it out on purpose. Okay. Secondly, it's you're basically eliminating it for anybody that medically needs it because 10 milligrams is a nothing dose. So it's just absolutely nothing. I mean, I probably literally have 10 milligrams coming out of my sweat right now, which is gross. I'm sorry.
I'm going to bring you back here to Kimbo. You understand?
Yes,
So you're
sir.
going to do weekly testing until your levels are zero. At that point, we'll just do what are called drug screens. They're very quick. It's like what we did with your mom. It's just a dipstick, and it just tells us if it tests a certain level or not. But we will send your results to the lab to make sure the levels are going down. You cannot beat the system. Okay? So I'm just letting you know it's your decision. If you say, hey, Judge, I'm going to smoke pot no matter what, let me know, and I'll just keep you back here. Okay? It will be a lot better for you to do that because you have to remember, even on your case, even though it's a misdemeanor, I can send you to placement. I can send you to places that are 6 to 9 month program that deal specifically with drug treatment and other issues that you may have. So I need to make sure that you understand that you don't want to lie to me. Okay? I mean, just be forthcoming. Let Miss Aguirre know. because we kind of started out on the wrong foot on this one between you, me, your mom, and your sister, all right, that I can believe me that I'm going to remember all of y'all. I'm not going to forget this hearing today. All right, so you're kind of higher on my radar. So just be straightforward and forthcoming with Ms. Aguirre, and this will actually work out pretty well. It's not a serious offense. What I'm concerned about is the decisions that you're making, Jason. I'm concerned about the decision that mom makes and that sister makes, right? And I've let it go. I'm just reiterating because it's a good teaching moment for Jason. But at some point, they decided that it was okay to lie to me, which was the worst thing they could have done, right? And I hope you understand that, especially as a juvenile. Now, when you're an adult, you have the right to remain silent, and sometimes you may want to use it. Right now, as a juvenile, I really am focused at helping you. All right?
Yes.
So do you have any questions for me, Jason?
No, sir.
Okay, so to sum this up, what I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and release you, right? But I'm making sure that it's on the same conditions, but we are going to we're going to do a urinalysis, a lab test, weekly until you are 0. THC and carboxy-9. All right. And then, Mom, as a good faith, are you willing to submit drug? I'm not going to make you. Are you willing to submit drug tests to give me confidence that you stopped using?
I guess so. If he's going to, I guess why can't I?
Okay, I like that. That goes a long way with me. Okay. We'll just do a screen every 30 days for Mom. Okay. And so it should go to 0 as this is doing it. And so that's all I want. But Jason, your mom's in it with you. Okay. It's not necessarily easy because a lot of this is just kind of the lifestyle that you have. You have to understand what happens with your mom. But this is something that hopefully that you take as an experience where you say, it's not easy, but your mom's willing to give up anything that you're going through, your mom's going through as well. She's willing to stand by you side by side for you. She doesn't have to do this, right? I can't make her do this. I can make you do this. Can't make her do it. She's doing this voluntarily, but she actually cares about you and wants to go through this with you and your sister as well. Okay? Now, Mom, you understand if you don't bring him back to court, you're going to jail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for me?
No, sir.
Mr. Gladstone, any questions?
No, Judge. Appreciate it.
Ms. Gladstone.
Okay. Jason, do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
All right. Hey, do right. Just do the right thing. Just think about it and say, hey, if Judge Kim was right here, do I want to get caught doing this? Right? And as long as you think about that, you'll be fine. Okay? Mom, that goes for you too. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sister, you know that goes for you too, right? Okay. All right, Jason. Don't do me wrong, okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Like a Russian racehorse.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gladstone.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Endicott.
Are they just leaving me here by myself? Is that what they're doing? I guess so. They totally almost did. Weird. That hearing was crazy, guys. It really was. I wanted to. Oh, look at me remembering. Oh my God. Med check, med check, med check. Please line up for your meds. Line up for your meds, folks. I don't want to have to ask you multiple times. You know, it's time. Give me one moment, please. I was going to put up my weed bus video This is mostly, some of you may have heard this already before. This is actually me. This is on a bus recently in my city. And I'll show you just one second. Okay. So before we get started with that, let me just pull up the chat so I can see it again properly. So here's the thing. Yes, it's the hero clip, the hero we all want and need. But no, honestly, I just think it's sort of a good, I just like it. I'm just proud. Anyways, regardless, what is happening here is I am on the bus. I'm riding on the bus. I live in a city where we have great weather for the most part. And so it does not have, there's a lot of like homeless people and people experiencing difficulties with MH issues, as they call it in whatever Georgia court that is. Good night, Jacqueline. I know you've seen this one before. But this person is experiencing a mental health crisis on the bus. And in Canada, first of all, where I live in Canada, you don't even talk on the bus for the most part. You're just silent. It's just quiet. That's the rule. Maybe if you're with a friend, you would whisper, but you definitely would never speak on your cell phone loudly. You wouldn't listen out loud to a YouTube video. Aw, Pizza Man, I'm so glad. No, you're home, buddy. Don't worry. We get it. Anyway, so silence is pretty standard on the bus. And then also confrontation is not something Canadians do very well. I'm born in Scotland and then immigrated to Canada, so I think that's why I have a little bit of a different approach than others. But anyway, so this gentleman had been yelling on the bus, and I pulled out my phone and started recording. This is mostly audio because I didn't want to be overt, but I'll stop it and explain what's happening as we go through, because I personally diffused this situation, which escalated. First, I thought we will just ride the bus and I'll have a video of, he sounded like a sov sit. That's honestly partly why I started recording. I was like, this guy sounds like a sov sit. Like, is this a live sov sit?
Fucking large and repetitive. Tell them not responsive. On your ride, on your skip. You fucking falsified frauds. It's what cooks are good for. Before they're shown. They're not shown, they're not confusing on why they fucking doing trails. Can't do it, you can't. That's not my problem. Get it from agitated, good fucking at large. Two from of which on the first time saved, that's all my therapy. More after the driver. When you're a goof, when you're redundant, when you're process, he does it. Only. Not my damn well, fucking anyhow. They get fucking overthrown fucking too bad. They're fucking doing episodes by escapades. Not my difference. Fucking oven. No fucking doodles. Flagrant one, get out fucking in.
So you can begin to hear the rumblings from somebody else on the bus who's saying, get off the bus. And this is where it becomes, so you notice that nobody's responding, right? He's just yelling and nobody's mad. Nobody's responding. The bus driver is driving. Everybody is silent. There's 30 people on this bus. And this is the way that we would proceed in Canada. you would not call anybody. This would just go on. He'll get off when he gets off. But there's a gentleman on the bus that is not happy, and he doesn't like his bus ride being ruined.
Damn different. Not my fucking agitation to a period.
Can we
You know what
whisper?
the problem is?
Can we whisper?
You didn't get ass any shit ass fucking thick pass.
Right now.
You can or can't. You're right.
Dude.
If it's that.
I didn't pay to listen.
Don't do responsives for goofs. Redundant. On your damn difference. While you're influenced.
Bus driver, would you stop him at the next stop and get him off, or I'm gonna call the
You can't get the thing go if you does it. They're not skipping it. I'm getting damn well. Predators trying to advance decline. You can single out of here to apply while you're at it. Falsified, fraud. Damn different. Not the damn different. Too bad if it's not my fault. They fucking are goofs. Redundant. Acting fucking inquisitive. I don't need block. Assembly production. Not indifferent. On it. Either. Time's in. You do better than that.
31 downtown.
That noise is the doors opening at the back of the bus. I know all the bus sounds. I also used to work at the bus company, but still, so the bus has come to a stop now. And this is when things sort of escalate, and you'll probably hear me starting to talk in the video as well. New people get on the bus, and the gentleman's sitting at the very back of the bus, so I am sitting on that way, and I put my leg out and block the people from going to the back of the bus to sit beside him, just to like calm it down. I was like, I don't think so. So that's what you'll hear coming up. You can't see it, but that's what's happening. There's new people boarding the bus that have no clue what's going on. They think this is going to be a normal bus ride, and here we go.
I wouldn't. I would take a seat down there.
Hell, fucking overthrow.
Yeah. Just
Right goes.
Just a
More
little.
redundant.
Just a little tip.
More predators. And fucking schizoids. Scribulars.
Why is he not kicked off this bus when we're all paying?
Well, because he's obviously having a mental health crisis.
You don't have a fucking shit ass demand. I don't take demands.
We're asking nicely.
Don't skip it. I don't want responsives to occur.
Okay, well then don't yell.
Don't get responsive then.
Well, you
Either. You're
you
in the wrong.
started it.
No, you did with your sputtering.
I did.
Yes, actually.
I don't.
Why is he still on this
Too
bus?
bad with the assembly.
I want him off this bus.
You get and you does your job.
We're paying
Different.
for service.
While you're at
We're
it.
not listening to this. Get him off this bus.
You can't
You guys,
get it
what's
go
going to happen?
with
They'll
the
clear us
responsive.
off the bus before they clear him off for safety. So if you want to get moving,
we're gonna
he's
assembly
not going to come
does
off
it.
first. That's just the way this is going.
Difference, they got
So we can either drive and continue the way
got
we normally do, which
obstruction.
is ignoring things like this.
do it with
But
the
they will
compaculates, not
clear
the
us all
scribblers.
off the bus first. But we get it. Can we whisper?
Don't get scribbler at me.
Do me a solid, please.
Don't get scribbler at me.
I'm not scribbling.
I didn't ask it responsive.
No, you begged.
No, you acted responsive, begging your own self with therapy.
Oh God,
Wanting it. I'm different. In overdose, not my difference. I'm not doing.
So at this point, the bus has stopped, and now this has become a situation where the driver has to call because the other passenger's yelling. So yeah, I know I've shared this one before, Chop. I had to do it again. Scribbularin I love it. And so you can hear when I'm speaking to him that I'm trying to not it rile him up. But I've also noticed that the bus is stopped now, and that means that we will all be cleared off the bus before he gets cleared off the bus. It means the police are going to get called. There's many things that are probably going to get happening here. And that's when I come up with my brilliant idea.
Doing anything wrong.
Well, you're being a wee loud.
I'm
Wee
getting
bit loud.
responses only.
You're being a wee bit loud. Hey, if I give you some
I'll
weed, do
try
you
it
want to get
now.
off the bus?
I'll be one stop.
Do you want me to get off the bus if I give you some
Two
weed?
stops beyond. I'll try it.
If you get off right now, I'll give you some weed.
Sure, but I might.
No, you gotta get off though. Come on.
No, I don't think I should. I don't think I
You don't want any?
I'm not trying to.
Well, you can walk that far, and I've got weed for you.
Oh, I see.
I'm not joking. Get up and move, and I'll give you some.
Well,
Let's go.
All right, two stops. I'm
Yep.
sorry if I got upset.
It's okay.
On your difference.
You just take a walk. Go right up. Sorry, guys.
Please use handrails when standing or looking around the bus.
Fucking muted. The reason I played that and it reminded me was because obviously I'm the lady on the bus that smells like weed because I had a big bag of weed on me, but I also was the lady that got the bus moving without involving the cops or even the transit police or anything. So to me, my de-escalation worked great and probably cost the least amount in terms of actual resources. I honestly, de-escalation is something like I speak to people. I insert myself in situations all the time that people say do not do that. Well, that's not what I teach. When I teach my daughter that she needs to be a citizen that stands up and checks to see if things are okay and is out looking for things, that's the case. That's the way it is. So I need to practice what I preach, and I do. And I also live in Canada, so um, there are the absolute but here's the thing, like I'm always assessing situations. Like I guess this is how my brain works, but I am constantly going like what's the safe way to deal with this? How do I, figure this all out? My safety is paramount. It's always there, but I'm also I call it my reverse Karen powers, NERAC, like I can use my powers for good. Um and I've done that many times. I'm not muted still, am I? I hope not. But when uh I think it was the first COVID Christmas that we had, where in Canada we were like in little bubbles. So we had like we couldn't go for Christmas. We had like a group of our very small bubble of people. And my daughter, at the time, my daughter and her best friend and her best friend's mom, we were all in a bubble together. And so on Christmas Eve, we went out for a drive, the four of us in the car, and we were having a good time driving around. And we were driving and I was like, I hear fighting, guys. And we like roll down all the windows and sort of like drive a little bit slow. And we watch and we happen upon this situation where this couple is arguing really intensely. And I ended up like driving my car just right up to them, like pointed at him on the sidewalk, not a parking spot, like just because I saw him touch her. Like they were arguing and I saw him touch her. And I was like, now we have a problem. And so I drive up and I leave the car parked. And I got out. Yeah, I got out first. So my child and her friend is in the back seat and her friend's mom's in the front seat. I got out and I go, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are you guys okay?" And the girl was shook up and he turned on me quickly and was like, "What the fuck are you doing? You need to get out of here. This is none of your fucking business." And I was like, "Oh, now it's very much my business, my friend." And at the same time, my friend in the front seat was trying to get the lady to come in our car. And she was like, she's a social worker. And she's like, it's okay. Like, come with us right now. Like, we'll take you with us. And I was like, like just blasting this dude. Like, I was like, you're a piece of shit. You want to try and argue with somebody your own size, or you want to fucking fight me? Push me, punch me. And he was like, and I'm loud. I'll tell you something right now. My voice is one of my most powerful weapons. Lights and windows were lighting up when I was starting yelling. Believe me, people were coming out. And he quickly realized, like, oh, this lady is not going to back down. She's not afraid of me. And the woman begged us. I said, what's your name? Like, we can help you. Come with us. This is not okay. I said, this is fucking Christmas Eve. You're supposed to be at home hanging out with family, and instead you went out for a walk and you're fighting like this. It's unacceptable. It's not okay. You touched her. It's not okay. And so, of course, I felt bad. I was like, I can't make her come with me. And they started walking off, and I followed them slowly in the car for a while until they turned down a street where I couldn't drive. And I tried to circle back and I couldn't. And so I went home and I posted an ad on like the missed connections page of Craigslist and used Victoria or whatever. And I wrote like her description and his description. And I was like, you were the girl with the dude that was a piece of shit and tried to, and, this, that, and the other, and I can help you. And I put I was trying to get her to reach out if she could later. And I've thought about it, and a lot of people were like, you made that situation worse. You've fucked it up. Oh, that's right. I posted it on Reddit, and it sort of went on the front page of Reddit quite quickly. And people were like, you're so stupid. You're going to get hurt, this, that. And I thought to myself, no. My daughter in the back seat watching this situation, do you think it would be appropriate for me to walk away watching a woman be hurt like that? No, absolutely not. And it's not appropriate for her to walk away in the future. And it's not okay for her to accept it, nor her friend. And I don't even apologize for that. Hi, Niecy Lynn. We're talking about times I've gotten myself in pickles because of my big fat mouth. And I don't care. Again, I'm pretty good at talking my way out of situations. Downtown, you know how many fights I've diffused with weed or cigarettes? People literally fighting, and I'm like, yo, guys, what's going on? Hold on. Does somebody want a joint? You guys want to smoke a joint? Why don't you take a joint? You take a joint. All of a sudden, people are quiet. You handing them drugs, they are very quiet. They listen. You got some real, you're like, oh, well, this lady's a bit different. One time I remember we're walking down, same social worker lady. She hates going out with me because I do this all the time. She's like, this is like work for me. And I'm like, I know, but this is not how you work. It's fun when I go. But we're walking, smoking a joint, and this kid was banging with his foot on this, like, it was a charity garage door where they accept donations for their charity store. Just like, already, don't fucking rob charities. This is my first problem with this whole thing. So I just go up to him and I'm like, hey bud, what are you doing? And she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm asking what he's doing. And he's like, oh, I don't know why. I'm like, well, this is my neighborhood. And I really don't like you doing that. This is a charity business. So it's not worth stealing anything in there. And I just, like, what do you need? Like, are you hungry? What's going on? Like, where are you from? And just started talking to him, and a lot of people don't do that. And that can change the view. But it gets old and people take advantage sometimes. However, when I see it in front of me, I just have to step in. I was driving down the street one day with my daughter again, and this girl was like walking in the road and like she just would like sort of play chicken with the cars. And then she was like drifting. It was like she was in a bit of a dream world. I could tell she was like suicidal. And I was like, I just like drove my car and parked in the middle of the road right beside her and was like, come here, come here. And just talked to her for like 5 minutes in the middle of the road. All the cars had to go around us. And I was just like, you're very important. I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to be careful. You're going to get hurt if you stay in the road. And she was like, I was like, do you need to go somewhere? I'll drive you somewhere. And she wouldn't get in the car. But she did get on the sidewalk before I left. So. And again, my daughter was there. These are the things we do. These are the things we do. But I'm a good person by being a bit of an ass. You fuck with me, you're going to find out. That's basically the lesson on that one. Listen, guys, it's been a blast. I've had such fun, but I do have to get to work doing more videos and planning better for you guys so that we don't end up watching Kim Jong-il videos. I know. I have a filthy mouth. Your ex-husband made me a shirt that said my 17-year-old stole it. That's funny. Listen, guys, you have a wonderful night. Please check out That Is the Way I See It. He has rumored that there's going to be some premieres tomorrow, and I will be in that chat, and I want to see you guys in that chat as well. Also, please, please, please make sure you've hit that like or dislike button on your way out tonight. That's how we take attendance. And remember that I love you just for being you, and I'm proud of you. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.